Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for what are we now? Wednesday, March the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you guys can hear me, see my screen. I get one big yes from 153 in our main room. Thank you, Pepe. Loud and clear. Great. In our YouTube room. Good to go now. So, William, they've weaseled out. I don't know if you saw the press release from Sophie this morning. And what does Sophie say? Sophie says they call the short report inaccurate. They're exploring legal action as opposed to we're going to do it. So we'll have to see what happens today with Sophie. I mean, they got absolutely creamed yesterday because of that Muddy Waters report, but they're going to be exploring legal action. So right now, as we speak, Sophie is basically flat. SOFI basically flat. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on that one. AIM is this is the big one so far this morning. It's still above $1. Ooh, way above $1 now. Wow. When I first saw it, I saw you guys were talking about it. It was up at $1.23, then right back down to 90 cents. Now right back over $1.30. Something to do with Japan. Trading higher after the company announced that Japan patent office is approved, etc. Okay, so there is a press release on that one. Low float, 4 million, a lot of volume already, 24 million. Boy, oh boy, look at this. 138 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. It got right to that point. Okay. You can take that out somehow. Your next high is 188. I'm not saying it's going to get there if it takes out 138, but you don't have to worry about any more daily resistance. So that is AIM. Okay, guys, I'm taking a look at some silver. Silver must be weakening. I'm seeing some silver plays being alerted. Yeah, look at silver. Look at silver now, guys. Now silver is definitely weakening. I'm looking at some of the silver plays like AG, HYMC, SBM, etc., CVE. They're all down now. Silver is weakening. How's gold doing? Yeah, both. Gold is actually almost as much down as silver. So gold and silver are both down right now. Because the market is down. Don't look at this. This is stuck again, but look at this. Market is moving down. And of course, today is FOMC plus the minutes. So now, you want to see the market go down? What if they raise interest rates? I doubt they're going to do that, but what if they did? Just the inflation numbers are great right now, but if they depends how they're going to treat the oil price. Oil prices that have gone higher, of course. But that would be you want to see a shock to the market. That would be a shock to the market. I doubt. I'm sure it's not going to happen. All right. So some of the oil plays, little oil play, T-Pet, where are you? There it is, T-Pet. Actually, they had some news today, raising $19 million under at the market equity distribution agreement. Okay, so they're raising some money. I also saw DHL. DHL was active also. Strategic expansion without cash disbursement. TMDE, let's see, another energy play. TMDE, multiple tankers hit by explosions. Okay. All right, guys. Let's see. Wow, AIM is just ripping now. Absolutely ripping. The 4 million in the float, 27 million in the in not shortable for me. And speaking about scripting, yeah, remember this crazy one from yesterday? This WMR. Where did it get up to? God, this morning, got up to $40. It closed right here at 31. This is an IPO from yesterday. With a high of around 40. Did get back up to 40 this morning in the pre-market. I was checking to see if IB had released some shares to short, but nope, not yet. So notable earnings play. So Lulu's not doing too much. Lululemon released earnings after hours. Actually, sorry, they're trying to pick up steam, and that they're down 2%, 100 million in the float. So Lululemon must be an ETF for them. Must be. So there is Lululemon. Now this has been in a steady decline for several weeks, several months. This is not helping. Cheap earnings play is Sale, SAIL. This is an earnings play also, down 12%. The volume, right? Pretty good volume already, 759,000 shares. The one, you can see ahead of earnings, didn't look too bad. 1281, 1281. Boy, there is a line in the sand, perhaps. In fact, if it takes that up, that's a lifetime low, I believe. That should be probably a lifetime low right down here. It's almost there. So Stale is looking very, very weak. That is an earnings play. And yes, there are a lot of shares available. The short 2.3 million at Interactive Brokers. This is a cheap earnings play. I'm not too interested in this, but it's showing up here. PLX. GEMG. This is an ETF for Gemi. GEMI. Okay. Gemi's obviously down. I think they got downgraded by Citi. Yeah. Okay. The volume's not bad. 123,000. Citigroup downgraded with a sell and a target of 550. That is the GEMI. IPO from back here. Yeah, I mean, I remember this one. Yeah, a lot of excitement, of course. $46. Six. Restoration. Let's see what PERF is doing. PERF, the perfect group. Well, certainly a lot of volume. This is stock out of Taiwan. Okay, a lot of volume. 2.5 million shares. 36 million in the float. Trading higher after the company announced that it received a preliminary non-binding proposal. Oh, so received a buyout. Somebody asked a question about putting a sound alert on the AI when you get one. Are you still there? I remember seeing a comment about that. If you're still there, I can show you how. Yeah, TTD is weak, isn't it, William? TTD is definitely weak. Turning lower after Rosenblatt and Stiefel downgraded the stock and lowered their respective price targets. Number one. Didn't you say that somebody yesterday, the news on yesterday, the reason why they declined yesterday is not going to be advertising with them anymore? Something to that effect. Was that you, 156? Okay. Imagine this was your AI window, okay? Imagine it's the same principle, okay? Imagine this was your AI window. Just right click, okay, and go to properties. And if I can't remember in the AI window if you just have to find properties, okay? When you find properties, click on actions. Now here's how you can have you ever created a sound alert an alert window? It's the same principle then. If you've done that before, you just click on the play sound, set up the sound. You can have text to speech if you want, female or male voice. It'll read out the symbol, or you can use custom sound. Okay, use custom sound. You select the sound. These are three. To make it easy right now, you probably maybe just want to pick one of the male or female voice. That'll be a quick way to get started. Okay, it might be slightly different. You have to be using this though. Okay, new premium AI strategy trades window. Okay, I don't know how you're looking at the AI, but if you right click, okay, it's actions. Okay, it's a little bit different. Just this is the window you should be looking at. Okay, so if you right click, it's actions, and then it's the same thing. Okay, it's not property, so it's slightly different start to it. Okay, this is the window you should be watching though. Okay, I don't know if you're going to the channel. Don't go to the channel. Way too complicated. Okay, so now you know how to do it. Okay. And as you can see, it's blank. No alerts until at least 9:40. It's by design. So, and here I thought they were some kind of a broker, the trade desk. I thought it was some kind of a broker. But it's funny because I've seen some ads on TV for the trade desk. I didn't really know what they did. I thought maybe they were branching into advertising. I thought they were, well, the trade desk. That's an amazing move, guys, by the AIM. Okay, amazing in that it dipped down below a dollar. A lot of times that can spell the end for a while anyway. It was all a lot of excitement when it got up to 128, and then pulled all the way back down to 90 cents. Boy, oh boy, I mean that is some move. There's our Aussie friend. Good morning, Aussie. Bitcoin also, guys. So we've got Bitcoin in a bit of a decline today, along with the overall market. So there's Bitcoin down almost 3%. So because I was hearing some of the Bitcoin plays like BMNR. Yeah, BMNR is down 4%. Big pullback. I mean, Ovid is still up 18%, but that's a big pullback. 265 down to 232 percentage wise. Underneath the VWAP now, Ovid. If there's any news on it. Well, it looks like this could be okay. This is actually an earnings play, and then they're pricing a $60 million private placement. But it looks like this is also an earnings play. Our provider has the 16th, so well, yeah, they had it on the 16th. No. It looks like they just released today. It wasn't on the 16th. So I don't know if it was delayed or our provider just is wrong. Sibanye. This is again gold, silver. Boy, this is really down, guys. I mean, I know gold and silver are down, but this is down almost 10%. SW. Platinum group materials, including palladium, rhodium, producing of gold. So, yeah. Mm. Any problems with the? No, let's see now. Are we having problems with our charts again, guys? It looks like we are. No. Well, maybe, maybe 161. Anderson's not a very common last name, is it? And it's her husband, of course, who is the Icelander. Yeah. Okay. Well, at least they're kind of loading. I'm hoping by 9:30. Yeah, you see, they're kind of. All right, guys. Well, here's the drill. I'm going to, reset the connection a few times and see if that helps. Okay, Intel. See if that helps. Yeah, not yet. I mean, it's down 23 cents. I don't know. It's certainly not don't see any reason for Intel being down. I mean, the market's down. Okay, Aussie. I mean, the market's down 3 points. The SPY is down, so we have a weakening SPY. So I don't know. I mean, that's probably just overall not an earnings play. All right, guys, what time is it? 9:20. I'm talking while I'm looking at development again, the dev guys, see if they can figure it out why it's happening again right now. Hopefully, we'll be done by 9:30. Yeah, I mean, you can see the slow loading. I mean, the slow loading is one thing, then there's the no loading. Monica, I completely agree. Too many issues now with these. I mean, I don't know what. I mean, I don't know enough about the development. I think they're trying to switch to doing something, but this has been going on for about a week now. Well, okay, I'm going to do my reset connection about 10 times. Want to see if that does it. Another silver play, guys. My silver is picking up steam, I bet. Even more down now. Actually, I had a little rebound, okay? A little bit of a rebound. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is get my 9:30 layout up and running. So give me a moment as I save my layout. I don't think it's a matter of the release, Harry. It's got nothing to do with that. It's the servers, okay? And depends on the server you're on, as I understand it. So oh, it's up to you, Florin. The buy and sell signals, they're just guides, and you still have to look at the chart. And I mean, just because you get a buy or sell signal, it's not an automatic entry. Okay, it's just really trying to tell you that the trend has changed, but we don't know for how long. Okay, that's the problem. It doesn't matter whether you're talking large cap or small cap stocks. It's just a guide to show you that the trend is possibly starting to change. I wish I could be saying, yeah, just when you see a buy signal, just get into it. But it's just telling you the trend is starting to change. Now, if you're talking about late, I mean, I am not ever really looking at a buy signal or a sell flag or a buy flag or a sell flag using TradeWave. When I click on a symbol, I may For instance, right here, I'll use this as an example, Florin. Okay, there's a buy flag right there. Okay, but I've just clicked on this symbol. Okay, I see that the wave is up. If I thought that this was a good enough looking pattern, I wouldn't. I could take it right here and hope that the wave continues. Okay, hope the wave continues. If I think the pattern is good enough, this is a bad example because there's the 200-day moving average, but it's not so much seeing a buy flag. If coincidentally when I click on a symbol and there's a buy flag very close, sure, it maybe gives me a little more confirmation. But I'm more interested in the wave itself, if that makes sense. Once the market gets running, you'll probably see it a lot more close or clearly. I don't know if you've looked at the wave before. That's how I use the wave, though. So it could be 10 or 15 minutes after a buy or sell signal, but maybe it's basing. Maybe the wave is flattened out, as an example. And I click on it, and I like what I see, and I take the trade, and maybe the wave continues for me in that direction. No guarantee, but then I use the wave to stay in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. That's how I use the wave. Well, guys, home builders, there's very few strong sectors as well. It's not super strong, but home builders are up and XLE. And right at the very bottom here, look at silver and gold right at the very bottom. These are some of the major sectors. That's going to be completely up to you still, Florin. I mean, you have to have, if you have any chart reading skills. Um, but the other thing though, too, is that I rarely take a trade on the open. I do like to see things settle down a little bit, but that's just me. And if you wait for another buy signal, you may not get one. You may, if the wave continues higher and higher and higher, you're not going to get another buy signal like midway through a wave, if that makes sense. Now, if you want to wait for a pullback and then another buy, fine. But yeah, so there's no hard and fast rule. I wish there were, but there is no hard and fast rule. It's still a matter of a chart reading, and you think, great, okay, the trend has changed. Do I want this? So anything else in here that we haven't talked about? Obviously, the aim is still well, no. So for instance, I mean, obviously, right down there's a nice buy signal. You've seen this, and you thought, you know what? I think this is just going to keep going. Well, but if you wait for another buy signal, I mean, that was the first one, right? Well, there was one here, then a sell, then a buy. So riding that wave up, not easy because it is. I find that well, you're talking about large cap stocks. I agree. With large cap stocks, the wave tends to be a little more, well, a little less volatile. So this is a real key area right here. Is it going to hold the VWAP? Not necessarily. I'm not talking about the wave so much. I'm just talking in general now. Rain. Is it going to hold that VWAP? Will that act as support? Wow, we got 30 seconds, guys, or less than 30 seconds. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. It snuck up on me. And again, I typically do not try trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. All right, we are now open. Now, with the market down, this could be an interesting race, okay? With the market down. The reason being is that these are large cap stocks near the high of the day. With the market being down somewhat, you're not going to see there's not so far there's no stocks meeting there. Some stocks now starting to meet the filter requirements. ONS, I think somebody said ONDS did a, financing. A lot of volume just came in too, for ONDS. The volume that came in. So Sophie's having a pretty decent rebound right now, guys, SOFI. Did you hear what I said about Sophie, William? Yeah, AIM is not suspended, halted. Halted, volatility halt. So you see what it did? It held the VWAP. So this is one that I had. This was a great short yesterday. TME. Wow, at the low yesterday. It was an earnings play. Yesterday was an earnings play, and now continuing down a little bit. What a great earning. What a great short yesterday. Look what it did. I mean, it closed right at the low of the day. This is when I held most of the day. Sophie is topping, guys. Oops, what happened? Well, the 9:30 didn't help. All right. Well, maybe one reset is going to do it. Okay, guys. So there's Sophie. The high yesterday was 1829. They're claiming that they're going to, or they are thinking they're going to consider legal action. Actually, and I mean that was one of the most damning reports I've seen, say from anybody. The reason being, they basically said that of the $1 billion they claim the EBITDA 950 million is false. Yeah. Isn't it quite like that? When you say it wasn't a real halt, this is, I think, a silver play, right? SILJ. Yeah. This is an ETF for the silver miner, junior silver miners moving down. Oh, I see. But it was still, the program kicked in to halt it. I thought you meant something else regarding the AIM. Okay, guys, this is an earnings play. I've seen this one quite a bit in the past. ZTO. This is an earnings play. Not a lot of volume yet, but it's picking up. China stock, ZTO. Look at all the silver. Well, there's silver AG. There's AG. There's EXK. There's SILJ. These silver plays are just moving down. Well, Sophie's getting close to the high of yesterday before all this started. SOFI. Boy, TME is, wow, I didn't take it. I did not take it. So it's well, obviously it's below the yesterday's close and low TME, continuing to move down after a very bad earnings play or earnings release yesterday. All right, guys. Well, whoa, AIM got halted again on the way down now. So AIM got halted on the way down. All right, let's take a look at the SPY now, guys. So there's the VWAP. Okay, there is the VWAP, that purple line. So what will it do? It's had a little rally up the bottom, and it's going to be challenged, I guess, to get through the VWAP. Let's see if see if it can poke its head through that, or is that going to act as resistance on the way up? Another one that's rallying, guys, is TTD after the slam down. Nice rally from 23 to 24, a little dollar rally. Silver, guys, SVM, EXK, ARTL. We saw that in the pre-market. You know what? I didn't go over this one. It's on my list, but I know I didn't read this because an agreement with the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust. Okay, so they did have some news, and it's at the VWAP right now. ARTL is at the VWAP right now. Going to get through it in a big way, and it is on the move now, guys. ARTL on the move. Whoa! Look at SW. Look at SWMR. Check to see if shorts were available yet. Not yet at Interactive Brokers. Okay, Agro had earnings yesterday, guys, and it's a continuation play right now. Agro, AGRO, a continuation play above the close and the high of yesterday now on the move. And let's see. You know what? This is close to a lifetime high, 97.9%. So this is close to a lifetime high. The lifetime high probably is right there at 1356. So that is the AGRO. Another company that incorporates in Luxembourg for tax purposes. Okay, guy. Now this, I want to see what is happening. I had a pullback, I think, yesterday or 2 days ago. FSLY. This was on an amazing run. I think this was. I can't remember what happened here, but been on an amazing run since that day. I don't think it was an earnings play. No, I don't think this was an earnings play, but it had some news or something off the stock, FSLY, and it's been maintaining. In the face of all the gyrations in the market, it's been maintaining. The only little pullback was a couple of days ago, and now a little resumption. I'm going to put a price alert around that 25.52 mark. See if it takes it out. And this got halted, guys. ARTL. Now, hopefully nobody's in this. The reason being, this is the first halt of the day. Yes, it is. So I'm going to show you this screen, this blue screen, this window. This is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. You can't see the symbol, but it is ARTL. There's the halt price at 746. So this is the ominous part. This column is supposed to give you a bit of an idea as to where it could open. Well, if you're in this one right now, you don't want to see a number like this, halted at 746. Now, you notice this number doesn't have to stay. And usually they are 5-minute halts, so the number will fluctuate over the course of 5 minutes. But usually the first halt is pretty good. Pretty good, meaning when it opens, after the first halt, typically they can open higher than or at least proceed from the first halt price a little higher. And this is the first halt. So hopefully nobody's in this right now. But we'll see. I mean, this could change. I think they're 5-minute halts, so we got halted at 9:39 plus 45 seconds, so 9:44 plus 45 seconds, so a little over a minute from now, scheduled to open. Let's see what happened with the SPY and the VWAP. So it got into the VWAP, focused a little bit above it, but looks like the VWAP area is looking like resistance so far. It's early though. Okay, give me a moment, guys. So ARTL just opened. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good at all. I mean, the first halt is usually, again, reasonable, but the stock may come down a little. Well, it's moving now, but boy, that really pulled back down to 7. Give me a moment. I'm trying to. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, this it's a little surprising the action, but it is. So if you close your eyes, you were in this one. A little surprising the action because I mean, it got halted at 746. It came all the way back down to 676, and then exploded off that. And I think it's yeah. Do a reset a couple of times, Paul. They've added some servers, and that's what I was told. Mine are now fine. Okay, I haven't seen this one for a while, guys. The BNAI on the move. Now, the next high looking left is, well, obviously, we've got room, but not quite $4 for the next high. Very low float. Not much volume. Move. Not much volume at all. For a move like that, on that volume, what's the spread like? Yeah, I mean, the spread is a little bit tough. Always is with this stock. 43.70. Yeah, almost a dollar spread right there. So hard to commit. So just a general statement right now, guys. If your charts are loading slowly, please do a reset. Go to your account and click reset maybe a couple of times. They've added some servers, obviously virtual servers, and so it should clear the problem up for the rest of the day. All right, guys. VKTX is weakening here. VKTX. Now the next low looking left is 33.87 or so. So it has a little bit of room to that level. So if you have the AI guys, I mean, I know TPET is an alert. I would probably wait. I mean, there's 134. That is the next high looking left. Then 160. So, there's a chance it'll get stuck at that 134. It's right there now. Market is still, or the SPY. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY, but the SPY is still hanging around the VWAP area, trying to decide which way it's going to go. Is the VWAP going to act as resistance, or is it going to pop through and maybe make a little recovery? Sing guys, CING. CING is weakening here. Ooh, underneath 10. What's the next low? Looking left, 920. Hmm. Definitely interested in this one, guys. Sing, CING, just underneath 10. Pretty psychological number to break. And the next low is certainly far enough away, around 930. Macy's, I should have mentioned Macy's. Macy's is an earnings play today, guys. It's actually doing not badly. Macy's is an earnings play. It's up. Right there is 1825. Got up to 1828. And see what happened. We looked at that next line, said nope for a while anyway. If we can take out 1825, then 1886, but it's a big float, so it's going to take a bunch to move it. Well, obviously a gold play, guys. Seabridge Gold, gold, silver and gold, weak, weak, weak this morning. And you can see right there SVM, SA, USAR. I mean, they're just, precious metals. It was flat this morning. Look at the silver's down 3.1%, gold is down 2.7. So really haven't budged too much. Well, Sophie has been all over the place, guys, but it's challenging 18 again, SOFI, challenging 18 again, big pullback down below the VWAP, and back to the VWAP and moved off. All right, I'm going to start paying attention to some of these ones now. These are the large cap stocks that are near the high of the day. The market is, I mean, it's not crashing weak or anything, but it is down. Met C is weak. Coal play. Met C is weak. 1342. Unfortunately, the next low looking left is pretty close, so I'm not interested in that one. All right, guys, NN looking interesting. It's up here. It's in this one. No, I'm sorry. It's in the Williams scan. I'm sorry. All right, for those of you who, wow, this could be an interesting one. Now, Links, haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this nonsense on this month? Links is just halted now. Here's the interesting part of it. Halted at 85 cents. Potential open 109. Now, I don't believe it's going to open that high. It might, but that is Links, LNKS. Ah, look at the VKTX guys. I did not take this one. Sinking, sinking, sinking. Well, if you want to see the market trashed, FinFan, yeah, if they do a rate hike, it's hard for me to believe they'll do a rate hike. Wow, there's Macy's guys. So Macy's took that high out, 1825 on the run here. I mean, I'm not in this one, but boy, what a nice. Yeah, 2 o'clock, 2:30 is the presser. 2 o'clock for the minutes, and then 2:30 is the presser. So big day today. They may say things like, "Well, we're not going to raise rent." Well, I don't know what they're going to say, but let's see how let's see how long oil prices remain high. All right, guys, I'm interested in this one. The agro. Where's the next high? The next high is 1355, so it's right there. It's an all-time high right now. Okay, that was the all-time high. 1355. So AGRO is at an all-time high. Continuation play from yesterday's earnings. Well, 2 o'clock for the 2 o'clock the minutes, and then 2:30 is the press conference. All times Eastern. Oh boy, I missed this one. OSS guys, I missed this one. It's an earnings play. Shoot, I wish I'd known it was an earnings play. All I had to do was look, but OSS. All right, now NN had a little pullback. Definitely interested in this one. The lifetime high had the little pullback. So let me see if it gets back up to say 1917. Bit of a well, can be a little bit spready. So I was wrong. Wow, so I was wrong. It did actually open at 109 or whatever, or even 125. Halted again now. Wow, so we have a couple of these real cheapies. You know what's probably happening is AIM. Everybody's fleeing AIM now and getting into this LNKS. Ugh. Might have to just, I might have to just disregard NN. I was all set to take it, and then the spread just, then the spread just went crazy. Yeah, that was my clue, guys. I mean, I was all set to take the NN. Did pretty good. I think it was like 1917, 1921. Was all set to do it, and then all of a sudden went to 1902, 1917. I'm talking about the bid ask. Now it's underneath 19. So forget about you. So guys, it is now 10:01. So I'm going to go over my homepage, and guess what? The promo code is still working. We checked it this morning. So as I said, in theory, it was going to be expiring last night, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, but sometimes they do extend it for one day. So you can still take advantage of a 25% savings. So yeah, this code is still working. Okay, so Barry 25, you can get 25% off the first month only, the first month only, the first month only. Okay, for the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. You have two plans, one standard, one's premium. The promo codes work for both. Okay. Well, I ask if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room, and for those of you in YouTube, the trading room. And why is it important to use my code? Because the rooms are free. The company tracks the use of promo codes. They see my code being used often enough. They don't mind keeping the room free. The room's free. So, for those of you in YouTube, if you don't know, we do have another room. It's called the trading room. A lot more action in this room, okay? More traders, more interaction amongst traders in this trading room. Also, this trading room, this one right here, it's open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. He opens it up. I don't. I live in Vancouver, a little early for me, so Obi opens it up at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Now, I typically take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. I may stay all the way to 2:30 at least today, just because we got the minutes or the press release or the press conference. Sorry, the press conference at 2:30. We have FOMC at 2 o'clock, and then at 2:30 we do have the press conference. So I may hang around right to then. But depending on what happens, if I do leave earlier, William tends to keep this room open after I leave. He hasn't told me yet, but tell me later. Usually it's still about 3:45. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45, 6:45 a.m. Eastern time, 3:45 p.m. Eastern time. Okay, and it's free. If you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, or if you're wondering about taking out a subscription, click on my homepage link, go down to the education section, click on the more info, and right here, 12 short videos to get you started. Okay, 12 short videos to get you started. Mandatory if you take out a subscription. If you're wondering about the program, you can start off with that second video and go to the end. Should give you an idea about whether or not you'd like to take out a subscription. You can always take out like a monthly subscription. You can always cancel at any time. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, if you're new to trading, these are a free series of videos for you, 15 of them right here. And if you scroll up, back to my homepage, okay, scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. Trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Could be there. Last, if you're looking for my scans and other information like races, etc., where does IB think name is going to open? No big clue yet. Halted at 125, so no big clue. Okay, 161. So this is the information that I'm currently sharing. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and go down to the scan section, here's the large cap gainers right here. This is the upside versus downside movers is here. Also zooms is on my other monitor, but it is right there. This I may have to make a change. I You can have this one up big yesterday, down big today. You can have this one if you want. I can give it to you, but this is the other one that I look at. The up down 25 cents on big volume. I might have to make a switch just to make it less confusing for people. That's what I'm going to do because they're wondering, well, why? Where is that one? So here it is. Okay. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market app is up and down. I have some other scans that I am sharing. I have a momentum scan, a gap scan, and then the Pepe combo scan. So you can take a look at all this. I also have another race that I am sharing. This race is a way less volatile race than this one. This is a wide open race. Notice here you see like a stock up 0.24%. In this race, you can see stocks up 5, 10%. So if you have any questions about the rate, about any of the scans that I got, or any trade ideas questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. Both rooms are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. Okay. Well, Ozzy, if it ever becomes live, the interesting thing will be, slippage. That'll be the interesting thing. What sort of slippage would you get in a live situation? Oh, okay. And Goose, listen, if you just joined, when you say just joined, are you talking about trade ideas you just joined, or are you talking about just joining this trading room? Well, you're going to get. So, did you do those videos? Okay. Did you take a look at those 12 short videos to get you started? Not going to make you an expert in trade ideas, but you save yourself a lot of time. I think if you at least do those videos, so you have a basic understanding of the program. I mean, it's a software program. I know I say this every time. It's a software program. There's a bit of a learning curve, but in the getting started section, we try to cover all the key elements. Also depends on your trading experience. You know, I know I repeat myself every single day, but we always have new people, so new timers have to bear with me. But I mean, Trade Ideas is a fantastic program, but it's called Trade Ideas for a reason. It generates ideas. Everything I see here is an idea. They're all ideas, okay? So I click on the idea, and then I look at the chart and make up my mind. Do I want to trade it or do I not want to trade it? Every chart is telling me a story, and I try to I've been trading for a few years, sizing it up pretty quickly. Do I want it or do I not want it? Somewhat biased, I am, Goose, but I will 100% agree with you that it's the best out there for real time scanning. But as I've said a million times, well, several times before, I subscribed to this program back in 2010, just like any other subscriber. Yeah, you Probably, I mean, listen, I'm not gonna try to talk you out of the premium membership, but I mean, you know, you won't know. I mean, this is what it looks like. I mean, I don't know if you've got the AI up and running. I'll just give you a bit of a synopsis on this. Okay, so if you have a premium membership, so this is what I would do: go to the toolbar, click on New. Okay, click on New, and you see where I have three that start off with Premium AI. Pick the middle one that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Okay, right there, and this is what you should see: something like this. So far, there have been three alerts today. The other thing that probably, if you load this for the first time, in that filter section, more than likely profitable will be checked. Uncheck it. Uncheck it. You want to see that. You want to see the alerts all day long, in my opinion. And I'll explain. See how now this has come back. You'll also notice that we have a reentry price column. What that means is that for TPET, the original alert was at 129. Now, again, I think people get the wrong idea. You don't have to hop into the trade immediately. You know, again, if you have any trading experience at all, what was I saying about TPAD earlier? I said TPAD, okay. I looked left and I saw a high right there, 134. What did it get to today? 134. So I said, sure, we got an alert at 129, but I said, listen, unless it takes that, it maybe gets it has to get above 134 for it to really get rocking. So far, it did not. Doesn't mean later it won't. Because if it gets through 134, then when you look left, 161 is the next high. At least you don't have to worry about, any chart resistance. Other reasons why the stock won't keep playing up, of course, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. So what I said was, I wouldn't take this. I would wait for a 134 break. Hasn't happened. Now, the reentry, what happens with the reentry is that at any time, if a stock hits the stop price, which it did, the stop was 125. I think it's halfway, that's a pretty tight stop, 129, 125, only a 4-cent stop. And it gets halfway between the entry, the original entry, and the stop, which in this case is 127. You'll get a reentry price. Many times, what happens is, I mean, this is pretty tight, but many times, you can look at it this way. Maybe the AI was a little bit early in the alert, it stopped out, and then comes back. And it gets halfway between, you get another alert to take the trade. I did not hold a TME short, no. I went over that quickly, but but to make it easy on yourself and anybody listening, this is, in my opinion, how you should look at the AI. Do not go to the AI channel. It is way information overload. Okay, this little window gives you everything you need if you're looking for the alerts today. Okay, and many of us, including myself, I'm going to take an AI trade. Sometimes all I do is wait for a reentry. Notice there aren't any yet in these two, and there may not be. I mean, the stock has to hit the stop, and then come halfway between that original alert price and the stop price. Now, sometimes, of course, it just moves right from the beginning, but a lot of times, all I do is I just wait to see if there's a reentry. But definitely uncheck the profitable because you won't see this one right now. You won't see the fact that there's a reentry because that is unprofitable. I mean, the alert was at 129, it's at 120. So you will not see that. You know what I mean? You won't see that it had a reentry price. So uncheck it. And how, if I can spend a lot more time watching all this, I would be using this like a watch list all day long, generating ideas. Also, the other thing to realize is that, or understand, you will not get an alert until at least 9:40. There's nothing happening in the pre-market with this. The earliest alert will be at 9:40. Doesn't mean you'll get one at 9:40. The earliest alert today was at 9:43, and that is by design. So I so you can create your own scanners, Goose. Okay, I mean that's if you have any trading experience at all, you can create your own scanners. Um, Notice that I'm sharing a lot of my information though, so you don't have to create them from scratch anyway. You can always customize mine. Like for instance, when I talk about customizing, so here's a scanner that I am. Just one moment, please. So here's a scanner. Here's something that I'm sharing. Okay. So for instance, if you right click and configure, you're going to see what it's looking for as an example. Okay. So I'm looking for stocks between $2 and $50. The daily volume over the last 10 days has been at least 500,000 shares. Current volume is at least four. That is a very powerful filter that we've got. What that means, what that for means, that means that it has to be trading at least four times normal up to this time of day. It is now 10:17 a.m. Eastern time. Okay. So it is time sensitive. So it's trading four times what it would normally be doing at this time of day. 300,000 shares minimum. Volume in the last 5 minutes is at least 250% of normal, etc. Okay. So the way Trade Ideas works, if you have any trading experience at all, you can create, here's most people will usually have a price range that they like to trade, maybe at least a minimum volume, things like that. So you always start off with filters because obviously there are a lot of stocks out there. So you don't want to see every single stock. So you create filters. And then if a stock makes a new high of the day or a new low of the day, meeting all these filter requirements, then we get a real-time alert. So that's why you're seeing MLYS, it made a new low of the day at 2360. It met all these filter requirements. If it's in green, it made a new high of the day. So that's sort of the if you have any trading experience at all, then you can take a look at the filters and real-time alerts that we've got and find a way to combine them to give yourself the type of scan you're looking for. Now you could take this scan though. You might say, you know what, I like this idea, do like it, but I don't like the price range. So you change it. I mean, here are the actual values. So you might say, you know what, I like between $50 and 1,000. Okay, whatever that price range. Maybe you want a different minimum volume. So I am share all the scans that I am sharing. You can change, to your style of trading. If you have again any trading experience, you might want to add a filter. Maybe one of these filters you don't care about, take it out. Now, in the channel bar, if you click on new and then docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. Now don't get overwhelmed by all this, and I'm not just to you, Goose, but everybody. Don't get overwhelmed by all this. These are all theme-based channels, and so hopefully they make sense in terms of how they're named. Here's a crypto channel. We don't. These are going to be crypto stocks, okay? Metals and mining, nuclear energy, quantum, etc. So they're all named explosive winners. Okay, so these are all, and so if I look at explosive winners, they have scans in them. So to answer your question, you don't have to do everything from scratch. You can take a look at the different channels. You might have and they're all theme based, and you might say, "Huh, I wouldn't mind checking out that channel today." Okay, but the bottom line also, if you have any trading experience, I mean, that is really the power for people with any sort of trading experience to be able to take. I mean, these are all. I don't want to again get people all. Come on, give me this. Please wait. So if I click on the search, These icons all represent the real-time alerts that we've got. Right at the very top, two most popular ones: a new high of the day and new low of the day. These are all real-time alerts. Okay, we have a lot of them. If I keep scrolling down, these are the. Okay, give me a moment, guys. I will. I have to go for about a couple of minutes. Okay, I will be right back. Okay. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Dealing with a sort of, or probably had a bit of an injury. So anyway, about the go no go. Just give me a moment, please. I just got to get something going here. You've actually been back testing Goose. Okay. Just about go no go add on. Is it possible to add this indicator in the chart window for a specific stock along with trade wave indicators? No, you have to. Okay. Are you talking about like you want to have candlesticks charts? Is that what you mean? If you're going to use go no go, you have to be using. See, I don't use go no go anymore. Okay, I had go no go a long time ago, but you have to be using candlestick charts if that's what you're talking about. You can add. I can add go no go. Yes, I can add a, but you have to be using. I'm sorry, you have to be using bar charts. Okay. Any particular reason why you added go no go? My advice. Well, I have found that TradeWave, I mean, to use TradeWave and go no go, I think it's overkill. I would pick one or the other. And the fact that TradeWave is basically free, I would, I would probably stick with that. Unless you're sold on go no go. But you have to have go no. I mean, I can have. I used to have go no go, okay, but I don't have it anymore. Once we had TradeWave, and I had them both at the same time. But I thought, man, this is just overkill. And I like the visual presentation of TradeWave more than Go No Go. The reason I don't want to go to the Go No Go, I mean, you have to go to the Go No Go charts or Go No Go channel. I'm assuming we still have it be down here. Yeah. So in order to turn this into a Go No Go chart, once you do that, see, I don't want to turn these into Go No Go charts. That's my issue, and I have a feeling it might, and I don't want to. But, in order to turn these in for right now, these are just, bar charts. You have to click on any symbol in here, and that'll turn it into the go, no go charts. And then you can use then go, no go will appear in your other charts. But go, no go is an add-on. It's a $50 a month add-on. So, I mean, I'm not trying to dissuade you from using it, but I don't think a lot of our customers actually use it. All right, guys. Let's see what is agro doing. Yeah, Mark are not happy today. Well, TME was sort of like watching paint dry a little bit yesterday too, AJ, except it just kept moving down all day. Goes at the low of the day, and I wouldn't call that. I mean, that's a great. I mean, it's picking up steam again. Okay, guys. So this might be a bit of a sneaky one here. This MLYS had an alert. This is a short opportunity, 2360. It's popped up a little bit. It's trying to let's see what happens at the VWAP. I'm going to put a price alert around that 2360 and see if later on it starts to fall, especially with the market. I mean, it's been a pretty weak stock anyway over the last few weeks. It's been trending down. It's down. It's not an earnings play, but I think it's just with the market just trending down also. Yeah. So links opened, it got all the way up to 151, and then wow, back down to 50 cents. Oh, well, gone for that. Okay, guys, Sale is having a bit of a rebound here. This is an earnings play. It was sort of an all-time, almost basically a lifetime low. There's the lifetime low, obviously, but it's having a bit of a rebound. Well, Todd, as you know or don't know, let's just find out. I'm going to right click. Do we have Fibonacci? Search, type in Fib. Okay, that's what we have. That's a good heads up for anybody also. Okay, if you're wondering if we have something, best thing to do is go to an alert window. Okay, right click, click on the configure, and then click on search. So if you're wondering what we might have, what do we have for RSI? Well, that's what we have for RSI. Okay, we have the 1, 2, 5, 15, 16 as filter and the daily. So if you're looking at this and thinking, well, you know what, I need the 20-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay, you can't create it. We don't have it. And when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably didn't would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan or create a scan. So what they tried to do was create a lot of these different filters, a lot of those different real-time alerts, so that for the vast majority of our customers, they could find a way to combine them and give them the type of scan you're looking for. But are we going to satisfy every person out there? No. So again, if you're sitting out there thinking, wow, but I really need the 20-minute RSI, we don't have it. Okay. Well, we have an after hours channel, Poe. Yes. We have an after hours channel. Can't believe you don't know this, Poe, after all the years you've been here. It's called after hours. You just go to the dock channel bar, scroll down a little bit more. So what do we have for MACD as an example? Okay, this is what we have for MACD. You might be looking this way. Yeah, but I need the 20-minute. We don't have it. Okay, we don't have it. Okay. What do we have for Ichimoku? Ichimoku, we don't have it at all. Okay, I use that one because there are people out there that ask about this. You just click on the search to see what we've got. So when you say, yeah, setting an alert for a price, well, we do have a yeah, we do have a VWAP cross, a 5 minute close over the VWAP. You mean the 5 minute candle has to close above it? Not sure. I don't know if we can get that specific. I mean, we can have a 5 minute high, like a 5 minute high as an alert, as an example. You might want to try that, as the alert. So so the close, come on. Okay, so here's a 5 minute high as an example. So will it close necessarily above the VWAP? Well, it could, because if you make sure that it is above the VWAP, but are you talking about getting above the VWAP on that 5 minute candle and closing above it, like a specific candle? Might be a little more difficult to do that. But what you could do is make sure that is close to the VWAP and on a 5 minute high. So not way above the VWAP and making a 5 minute high. You're gonna have you put your VWAP scan or VWAP filter so that it's got to be close to the VWAP, and then making a 5 minute high on the alert. That if that makes sense. So in other words, the distance from the VWAP, like minimize it so it's above, but not excessively above. So you can see right there. I mean, that I just put something in here. So the stock is between, it's over the VWAP. And I want to make sure it's not more than 1%. It's between, right, Sarah? It's between. So in this particular case, it'll be, near the VWAP, but no more than 1% above it. And then if you use the new 5 minute high, that might give you something that you're looking for. You can always experiment. So yeah, I know you don't want to do any work. So let's go new dot channel bar and look at this. Look at this after hours. Okay, we have pre-market and after hours. All right, guys. Agro is still looking interesting. Okay, it's holding. I think I wanted to take this one earlier, but I didn't like the spread. The spread doesn't. What's wrong with you guys? Don't have any curiosity just to take a look at the different channels we've. But you're not even a subscriber, PJ. So Yeah, no market bounce. Yeah, I mean, there's the VWAP again hovering above. Well, again, Goose, so don't get overwhelmed by all this, okay? You know, for instance, when I was, I got interrupted, but when I was talking about all these real-time alerts that we've got, there are a lot of them, okay? And we have a lot of filters that we have. And why? Because again, the company thought that most people would not want to have to learn their programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create all these different real-time alerts and all those different filters. It does not mean you have to learn them all. Okay. I basically just use the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those filters. Doesn't mean what I don't use is bad. It just means I don't need them for my trading style. But there's so many different trading styles out there, so that's why they created all these. But I think a lot of people look at this for the first time, think, "Oh my gosh, how am I going to learn them all?" Well, the good news is you don't have to. I haven't. I haven't even looked at probably 95% of them, and I've had the program since 2010. But the reason they're here, like you asked me what a market cross is, I don't know. I don't know. But if you're wondering about something, if you have some curiosity, like Poe doesn't have, then what you do is you left click on it, and then you can like mark it cross. What does it mean? Well, you left click on it, highlight it, click on the help. This is going to give you a really, really detailed explanation, about it. Very detailed explanation. Okay. Doesn't mean you have to use it, but if you are curious about some of these, yeah, we've got a great help. Just have to highlight it, left click on it, left click, and then click on the help, and you're going to see a very detailed explanation about it. Well, you can. I mean, look, I'm always on a development version, so I'm on some version called 5.8. I mean, I know Pepe doesn't like the Pepe. You'll hear me mention Pepe a lot. Thinks that the beta has some bugs in it. I'm not sure what they are exactly. So you might want to stick with the production. I know what they're trying to do on this one that I've got, the helping about the one I've got. They're trying to release that as the new production version. So I guess I'm always a guinea pig in all this. I test it all out. Mainly because I'm the power user of trade ideas because I 6 hours a day. I'm scanning and clicking, and so what if there's a bug, I usually can find it. But if you set everything up and then you want to go to the beta or another, you don't have to worry. You don't have to set everything up again. The only thing I would recommend, make sure you do this, something like this. If you take one of mine, let's say you like this one, okay? You like this one. Said, you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing this every single day. And you create some charts. You want to create a layout, maybe a layout that you're going to use every single day. So when you, because I don't know how many monitors you have, but again, this is good information for everybody. If you have, like, I have multiple monitors. I've got three 34-inch 4K monitors. Okay, did I say four? Three of them. So this is what you do. You take your toolbar, but even if you don't, even if you just have one monitor, okay, but you take your toolbar, put it in the upper left-hand corner of, if you have multiple monitors, of what you're gonna call your main monitor. But again, if you only have one monitor, just do you can do the same thing. Rearrange all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them. So I have this halt resumes on another monitor. I've got the AI on another monitor, okay? So you put all your trade ideas windows exactly where you want them on all your different monitors or on your main monitor. Then you click on tools, options. You see where it says layouts? You click on layouts, and then you see where it says loading layouts, open relative to main window. You check that and just say and save. Because then what happens is when you exit trade ideas, and at the very, very least, when you exit trade ideas, if you file exit, it's going to ask you, do you want to load this layout the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then everything you've done will be saved. Okay. But then when you load trade ideas the next time, all your trade ideas windows will be exactly where you want them on all your different monitors. Okay. So I can go over that again, but that's very important because you don't want to load trade ideas. You have multiple monitors, even if you just have one, and all your windows are all jumbled up. You just put them where you want them, and then you just have to do that once, and then they're set. My goodness, yeah, SW. Well, yesterday I joked. I know I made a little joke. Are we going to see 50? And that was yesterday. I wasn't thinking today, but here we go. SWMR. So again, this blue window you see here, this is nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from interactive. Okay, and that's your there's the halt 4911. Potential open is in this column. Doesn't have to open at 50, but okay, guys, I am. Give me a moment. So, William, I think you said docu. Did docu was this a beat raise? Docu was a beat raise, an earnings play today. So when talk about beat raise, beat on revenues, beat on earnings, and also raise their guidance for the next quarter. Docu was okay. Well, it's probably just coming to market. I mean, it's starting to looks like. I mean, look, it's right underneath that VWAP now. I mean, this could be turning into a short. Uh, I'm going to put a price alert around the 47.80 mark. If it clears the whole number and keeps moving down from the VWAP. Yep, it's going to be an interesting FOMC today, guys. Definitely. I mean, you see what they say, especially the presser at 2:30. Just opened, guys. SWMR just opened. Touched, touched 50. You know what? I'm going to look at that. It's a little bit of a different IPO. It's a direct to market, so it's not exactly an IPO. Who's Uncle Tipo? I'm going to look at my. Why do you call him Uncle T? I think of uncle as being somebody benevolent. We all do. Well, not this guy. Okay. I think of the kindly uncle. Anyway, I want to go to the. Give me a moment. All right, guys. I am going to now take a look at the economic. No, not the economic calendar. The IPO. I want to see. First of all, has this been priced yet? Is it actually going to open? So this is the one. No, no, not really. Uh, this is an uplisting. Yeah, an uplisting. So it's not quite the same. This is going to be a pretty big one on Friday, though. Excuse me. Okay, so this is going to be a pretty big one on Friday. 37 million shares between 18 to 20. But look who's behind it: J.P. Morgan, Wells Fargo, Goldman Sachs, etc. Morgan Stanley. I was hoping, but this is yeah. Doubt if it's going to be that exciting. Remember now the other one that we're talking about, the SWMR. There's only 3 million shares. There were only 3 million shares and offered and the IPO was priced at five. So obviously a lot of enthusiasm for this one. Not that look, guys, this is just a lottery play. Okay. I mean, they make no money. But it's just a lottery play. I was kind of hoping the other one would be the same, but it's not. It doesn't have the same structure. All right, guys, it's 10:57 now. Now I have to find out if Dan is actually going to do. Shoot, remember I was just talking about sale. Well, just, I mean, probably half an hour ago, I was holding 12. I'm making this and maybe going to get close to the VWAP. So let's see what happens now. I mean, it's at the VWAP right now. So when you say the Holly AI chart, you're talking about are you talking about this? I mean, we're dealing with semantics. It's not a chart, but the window. Okay, so this is a chart, but okay. Click on new from the toolbar. Click on new from the toolbar. Okay. And you see where I'm pointing at? There are three that's, now remember now, I'm on a development version. I've got all these extra stuff, but you guys should see three that start off with premium AI. Click on the middle one that says premium AI strategy trades window. Click on that. And this is what you're going to see. Something like this. You may have different column headers. Okay, are we good so far? If I went too fast, just let me know, okay? Yeah. So when you say the icon, are you talking about the ball? Well, okay. Are you part of our? Did you take out a premium subscription? So upper left-hand corner, my icon is red, not blue. What icon are you talking about? I'm not sure I know what icon you're talking about. Upper left-hand corner of what? Of this? What icon though? I don't understand. You mean the AI? It's red instead of blue? Well, you got me there. But can you check? Can you check the ball up here? Okay. Can you see what I'm pointing at? This is it red, green, or orange? You know, in the toolbar, I'm going way over here. In the toolbar, is it a green or it is green? Okay. Did you just take out a subscription by any chance? A couple of months. Oh, okay. So it is symbol linking. Ah, he must have changed it to green or something. Okay. Pepe is saying, I mean, never knew this. If that's the issue, if you right click on the chart and you see where it says symbol linking, does it say link to all? Oh, okay. You must have, because this is the default. I have never, ever, ever changed that. So you must have somehow gone in here and just sort of, fooling around like, yeah, red. Never have I ever changed that. Thank you. Okay. It won't matter. Even though it says, but get it back. I mean, just because what you want to be able to do is click on a symbol and have it change in the charts. Okay. So now the next thing to do, if you've loaded it, if you haven't loaded this before, then click on click on that filter box and uncheck the profitable trades. Okay, you want to see them all day long, especially because not that this is doing anything yet, but you never know. There's a reentry price at 127. I mean, the stock's at 116 right now. I mean, it may come back later if it hits that 127. The rest of them, no reentries have been triggered. The only way you get a reentry is if a stock hits the stop at some point and then comes halfway between the original entry price and the stop. Then you get a reentry price automatically. All right, guys. So Dan is going to do his. Just get rid of the segment. Okay, just get rid of the segment. Okay, it makes no difference anymore. Okay, you don't want to change the segment. I would just even get rid of that. As a column. It used to be we used to have three different Hollies: Holly Grail, Holly Neo, and Holly something else. A long time ago. Just get rid of it. In fact, I'm going to do that right now. Okay, it's totally irrelevant. Okay, I just got rid of it. So I went into right click, go to the columns, and I got rid of it. It's totally irrelevant. They've got. I say this every time. We have way, way, way too many filters or columns that you can add. We've overcomplicated it, but that's why I say don't go to the channel, the AI channel. That gets very complicated. You got a lot of information coming at you. If all you care about are the intraday signals for today, this is the best way to follow it. So Dan, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will start a YouTube stream at noon. Okay, so about 55 minutes from now. Sometimes he starts a little bit earlier. So he's going to start. So that it's your opportunity to ask the CEO of Trade Ideas questions. He typically does that every Wednesday between 12 and 1. He missed last Wednesday, but that's what he typically does. He doesn't take over my YouTube stream, so when I get Pepe usually finds it for me. But when we get the link, I'll put it in the rooms, both rooms, and you can head over and listen to Dan, again, the CEO of Trade Ideas. You can ask him questions. So somebody asked a question earlier about the wave. Okay, so here's a great example of here's the buy flag. Here's the buy flag for Geo. Okay, now if I had clicked on this, what time is that? That's at 9:44, and I'd seen that. Okay, I might have got, but more than likely, I probably would have seen it a little bit later because it was too early for me to see something like this. Okay, I don't like seeing. I don't like taking trades in the first 15 anyway. So let's just say though, I clicked on Geo and right here, and it was doing this. It already done this wave, so I could have said to myself, you know what? It's coming out of and right there, coming out of the consolidation, and I take the trade. Got nothing to do with seeing the buy flag, but now I just ride that wave. I ride the wave, until it turns orange, I should be in at least some of the trade. I'm not saying maybe you don't, maybe you take off some at some point, but this keeps you in the trade, in my opinion, keeps you in the trade a lot longer. So it's not a matter of seeing a buy flag or a sell flag if you're going to go short. For me, it's just, when I click on a symbol and I see, this sort of a pattern, I go, okay, let's see if I take this trade, try to ride the wave. Now, just because if I had taken the trade here, doesn't mean it's going to do this, of course, but if I do take this trade and it starts to do, and it's, flattened out here, no reason to get out of the trade though. No reason. It's not turning orange. Orange meaning, the trend is starting to change. So that's how I use the wave. So if anybody wants to know how to add trade wave to their charts, just let me know. It's part of the standard service. Okay, guys. Yeah, it's okay. Just a minute, guys. Give me a moment, okay? Yeah. So I said our dog dislocated her hip, so not then, but we're dealing with that. Okay, guys, just give me a moment, okay? Okay, guys, I'm back. So yeah, SWMR now is dare I say it? Will it hit 100? Okay, give me a moment. Just give me a moment. Okay, so what is happening now? Anything the NN is something I wanted to take a lot earlier, and the spread got all sorts of it got spready, and I said I'm going to forget about it. But now look at it. Why couldn't it have been like this when I really wanted to take it? There's a perfect spread, 1 cent, 1941, 1942, all-time high right now. NN all-time high at earnings. Yes, no, today. Today is a reaction to earnings, and it's an all-time high now for NN. So I'm sorry, did I miss any questions? If I miss any questions, just let me know. Ah, I didn't even see this float. 660,000 in the float for the ARTL. So this could be one of those ones that later on in the day, you see what it's doing. I mean, it got up to what, 833 or so, pulled back, sitting at the VWAP now area. Later on in the day, okay, this could be one of those ones that gets over the VWAP and maybe get some volume coming back in that stands out like a volume bar that stands out. And this could be one of those late dayers. When I say late day or in the afternoon sometime, maybe 1:30 on, all of a sudden the enthusiasm comes back and starts to run again. With that sort of a float, I mean, look at the relative volume. It's 2,600 times normal right now. It's going to be, thanks, Nick. It didn't just happen. It happened on the weekend, but, there's all sorts of pain still and all. So anyway, okay. So anyway, that's what I would do, guys. I would probably put a price alert around just over 7, okay? The VWAP's at around 714. So I'd put a price alert around 723. If it clears the VWAP later on, okay? Now later on might be doesn't necessarily have to be in the afternoon, but or that might be it. I mean, it might be over. Because what I didn't do is I didn't go over the sector status channel. So let's just take a look at it. I usually do that around a little after 10 o'clock, but got sidetracked. So I'm going to click on new and then the dock channel bar, scroll down until I'm going to click on the show more. And at the bottom here, near the bottom, is the sector status. And I bring this up every day. First of all, it's a good idea, to check out what are the strong sectors, what are the weak sectors today. Also, some of you this may be the only reason you use trade ideas. So let me explain. So here are the sectors in this top list window. These are the sectors that we are tracking, okay? 79% in red. That means that 79% of these symbols are down for the day. Only 21% are up. So the top sector right now is the SMH. I mean, it's only up 0.4%, but it's at least it's positive. XLE is energy, XLI industrials, XLK tech, etc. What's the worst one? Well, silver and gold, the two worst performing sectors. Silver's had a bit of a resurgence because the last time I looked, it was down about 3.4%. So, but it's having a little bit of a rally, but two worst sectors today. So, if you thought about trading a silver stock, you probably would want to have, this as a thumbnail chart so you can track what the heck is happening with silver. If you want to take a silver stock today, probably not a great idea unless silver starts to rebound or unless that stock has some specific news on its own. But most of the silver stocks are going to be tracking what's happening with the silver index. So that's number one. Number two, we have, not all of them, but we have 11 of the top sectors here. So for instance, we look at financials, okay? 70% of the stocks that make up XLF are down for the day. But Master or MS, Morgan Stanley, up for the day, okay? 1.1. Not much, but it's up for the day. Let's take a look. Go down here. Who's the worst one? GPN. That's the worst one. 2.6 down 2.6%. Global payments. Take a look at consumer staples. Now, this sort of gets interesting because when you see 94% of the stocks that make up consumer staples, but there are a couple that are up for some reason. Here's, consolation, STZ, up. Is it an earnings play? It's not an earnings play, but for some reason, it is up. Not a lot, but it is up. It's running counter to what the overall sector is doing. Move down. What's the worst one? Dollar Tree, down 3.7%. So you can see how you can take a look in each one of these sectors. What's the top stock? What's the weakest stock? And maybe you figure out a way to trade them. What you might do is, so you don't have to stay on the channel all day long, you might take a look at maybe a couple of them, and I'll show you how you can do that. What I do is I pop the sector, I pop this out, okay, the sectors that we're following, pop it out by doing this. You right click and duplicate into free floating window. So when you do that, you see how it's free floating now. So that means you don't have to stay in the channel. Okay, if you want to follow, the major sectors all day long, then just incorporate this as part of your layout, which is what I do. So I can quickly, at a glance, see what the strong sectors are, what the weak sectors are. Now, also though, if I wanted to maybe follow two, you don't want to overwhelm yourself. Maybe take a couple of these sectors if that's what you want to do. Pop them out. Pop out the energy sector. Now, Pepe, most of the time it's going to say duplicate into free floating window, but if it just says duplicate, you click on duplicate, and you see how now this is popped out. Now, here's what you can also do. You might not like this price range. VLO is at $238. So here's where you have a chance to customize it. Click on the configure. I'm going through this pretty quickly, but I mean, this is the idea. So if you just wanted to see stocks between 1 and 100, with a minimum, with volume at least 500,000 shares, and maybe even a high relative volume too. I have no idea what we're going to see. So here's how you can customize it. Maybe I'm going to get rid of everything. I don't know. Yeah, putting that relative volume probably did it. But you could add some filter you like. You don't want to make it so restrictive, so you're not going to see anything. But now you've customized it. Okay. So what you could do is you could go through each one of these, because maybe there are days in which you only want to see a couple of them, but you could go through each one of these, customize it the way you want, and then save it to the cloud. Save it to the cloud. Save or share to cloud, save it. So now it's in your cloud. So on any given day, you can go to the channel and you can say, you know what, I want to follow these two sectors, and pick a couple of sectors and just follow them all day long. Because as I explained yesterday, you could do that in here. Okay. I could take this financial sector. I could make the change. So to see only stocks I want to see between say $1 and $100, minimum volume, add some filters, and that'll work. Okay. It will change. But the minute you get out of the channel, you came back to the channel, everything you've changed will not be saved. And the reason for that is that these channels, not just these ones, but anything in here, all these theme-based channels, they're for everybody. So the fact you want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean that's what everybody else wants. So yes, you can make the change. So as long as you stick in the channel, the change will. So if you want to stay in here all day long, you can. But what I would probably do though is take a couple of the channels out if that's what you want to do, or a couple of the top lists out. Duplicate into free floating window, save them, and then you can bring them back on any given day. Come to this channel, see what the top sectors are, weakest sectors are, and maybe just follow those. It's up to you. I mean, I'm not saying that's what you should do, but some of you, this can make life a lot easier, especially if you're looking at larger cap stocks. Just another way to use trade ideas. Okay. Yeah, AIM is starting to move. Is that moving off that 115 mark? So just a word about this. It says DR. Okay, the DR stands for don't repeat. This is what I'm sharing actually. Okay, the don't repeat version of this, and I actually don't have the repeating version up at all anymore. What this does is the first time you get the alert is the only time you're going to see the stock. I do have this other little. I'll bring this other scan. Just give me a moment. File. I just well, I actually loaded it earlier. So you see this up and down movers. I like to demonstrate this just because this is the typical way of using trade ideas. Okay, when the VKTX kept making a new low, you see it over and over and over again. This is what and yellow means. If it was in green, every time UMAC made a new high, you see 260, 66, 67, etc. Mob. Every time it made a new high, you're going to see it. Okay, that's the typical use of trade or the typical default use of trade ideas. But what you can do, and what I like to do, is create a don't repeat. So what that means is that SNDA at 1123 was an opportunity, was showing you a potential short opportunity, 34.73. What has it done from there? Well, it's popped a little bit, but it's at 34.93 right now. But maybe later on, I'm going to put a price alert down here and see if it gets back down to that level, and maybe it turns into a short for me. So this basically just tells you the first time you had the alert, and that's it. And you can kind of go back and say, well, what happened from there? Here's the Vivo at 265. Obviously it did not move higher. Well, maybe it did. No, it did not move higher. But it depends on the day. I think agro probably moved higher, 1353. I mean, not much, but the original alert was at 955 at 1353. Before it pulled back at all, though, it got up to 1387. Not bad. Okay, there, you can see the little blue arrow there. That is the candle, depending what chart you're looking at, time frame. That's the candle in which the alert happened. So you can kind of see that yes, from there, that was a nice alert. That's what the don't repeat does. So if I right click and click on properties, box pops up and you see where it says don't repeat. So you have a choice in the don't repeat. So for instance, you may not want to see. You have a don't repeat for 1 minute, 5 minutes, 15, 30, and for the day. So what that 1 minute would mean is that every time every time the stock made a new high, you wouldn't see it. But if it made a new high and then a minute later it was another new high, you would see it. These are all real-time alerts still. It's just that if a stock kept moving higher and higher within a minute, like every penny, you're not going to see it over and over and over again. So you have your choice of what time frame you want, or you don't use it at all. You just uncheck that. That is the default. To have it unchecked. But I do like the don't repeat. As opposed, this is sort of a repeating version. Okay, what this is taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. And these are real-time alerts. Okay, in green, new high of the day. Red, new low of the day. So this is what we call a compare count window. I'm demonstrating this because I'm just showing people how you can use trade ideas in different ways or display our data in different ways. So this is taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. So in the green data, so if the stock is between 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares have traded, etc. Okay, price has to be up at least 2% from the previous close. So if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high of the day, also works in the pre-market and the post-market. But if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high, you'll see it as a ticker, green. And that is going to be competing against the red. And you notice we've got something called flip. So what can be flipped will be flipped. Well, you can flip a new high to new low. You can't flip a volume. You can't flip, a price range, but you could flip this. Prices has to be down at least 2%. Well, this is what I mean. See how these are flipped now? It's a quick way. You might create your own scan, and then you might say, well, what about stocks going in the other direction though? Down instead of up with the similar filters. I mean, obviously you could create that completely from scratch, or you could just flip. It's just a simple. And again, look how now the stock has to be down 2% from yesterday's close. So it's taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. Okay, guys, it's 11:30, so in about 30 minutes from now, we'll be taking a break, and Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, doesn't take over in this room. He starts his own YouTube stream. When I get it, or more likely when Pepe gives it to me, we'll put the links. I have to put it in the YouTube room too because he's not taking over my stream in YouTube. He starts his own. So I'll put the link in YouTube, put the links in the main room. And so it's your opportunity to talk to the CEO or post questions to the CEO of Trade Ideas. All right, guys, this is of interest to me, this Geo, okay, the prison stock. 1822 is the next high looking left. That's on the weekly chart, okay? We're sitting just over the whole number. We've got a nice little trend wave up. This is an alpha stock. Why is it an alpha stock? Because it doesn't care that the market's doing this. It's up for the day. I don't know if it has any news on its own. It's not an earnings play. It's not a low float. They don't all have to be low floats, of course. You can see Geo won 3 races. Anybody want me to go over this race and the concept of racing? If you do, put up your hand and I'll do it. Okay. Now, when you talk about chart, you're talking about my chart, like the 5 minute, the 2 minute, the daily, weekly, monthly. You're talking about the chart. Okay. Um, very, very few indicators. All I have is on my intraday charts. I have the VWAP, that purple line. Well, I'm using bar charts. Okay. If you're talking about why am I using bar charts instead of candlestick? Is that what you mean? You know what? I like them better. I just like them better. Um, I got used to using yeah. So I mean, if you go to select chart style, so if you right click on the chart, right click and select chart style, and then I've got candlestick and it's OHLC, open, high, low, close. Okay. And the reason I did this is because I think you asked who asked the question about go no go. The go no go. If you have go no go as an add-on, these are you'll be using bar charts. I'd never used bar charts in all my years of trading. Never. I'd always use candlestick charts, just like everybody else. But go no go forces you to use bar charts. And after using them for a couple of months, well, oh, okay. I like to look at it. Well, okay, but my two and the five. I mean, remember now, Scott. I'm using a 2 minute chart and a 5 minute chart. That's just my personal preference. Doesn't mean that that's what you want to do. Okay. There was a time where I only had a 15-minute chart. That was my lowest time frame. I switched to two and five because of trade wave, but then I've got a weekly, daily, and a monthly. So when you say follow and learn, I mean the idea really is for you to figure out what time frame makes sense to you. Okay, I mean I don't force people to use a two and a five and a weekly, daily, monthly. That's what I happen to like. And the only I mean, as you notice, I do not have a lot of indicators. I have the VWAP. A lot of people have MACD, RSI, stochastics, etc. I just have the VWAP, that purple line, and on my daily chart, I have the 200-day moving average, which is probably, see if it shows up here. There's a 200-day moving average. The 200-day moving average, that blue line on my daily chart, that is probably the most often used or the most extensively used technical indicator out there. And I think maybe the VWAP is second, but that's it. So that's all I do. Now, if you want to add these, I'll show you how you can do that. But again, it really, especially the time frames. I would never force people to use 2 minute if you're just starting out off is probably too low a time frame. It can be very volatile. If I were starting out, I probably wouldn't go lower than a five. I might have a five and a 15. The reason I have a weekly and a daily and a monthly is because you'll hear me say all the time when I click on a symbol and I load the chart, first thing I want to do is I want to take this trade. I want to look in the daily chart to see, well, where's the next high in the daily chart? Because in my opinion, that's where it could stall. So for instance, if I really wanted to take this trade right now, okay, now it's just over the 200-day moving average. Go to the RTL. See, that's what I'm saying. Later, I mean, later may be sooner than later, guys. I mean, this may start to really run. Let me find a better example. Let's take a look at Warby. Let's just say I wanted to take Warby right now. Okay, I look at my intraday. I think, yeah, not bad. First thing I do, although I look left and if I see the next high in the daily chart, which is at 24.71. So we're at 24.39. Not bad. It's about 30 cents away. It's not. I'd love to see a lot more room. And when I say room, I'm talking about looking left, seeing because you can see we've got two daily highs right there. It's very, very possible that's where it's going to stop. It doesn't have to stop there, but it's very possible that that's where some resistance would be. You obviously a lot better if the next high was at 24.24. That's how I trade, though. I mean, it doesn't have to be how you're going to trade. That's why you always hear me. I'm always looking left to see where is that next high, because I'm looking at that as being a potential area where this. So, for instance, if I like this, if I like that setup right here on this two and the five, I say, okay, comes a candidate. I look left, the stock's at 24.50, 24.40, and that next high was at 24.50, 10 cents away. No way I would take the trade. No way. I want to see a lot more room that a stock could keep running. Now, just because there's room for a stock to run before it hits the next high doesn't mean it's going to get there. But all I'm trying to do is take one aspect of why a stock won't keep moving higher out of the equation. And for me, that is, you know, the next high is close. I just take that. I want to take that out of the equation. They should be in my build. You're talking about, I think it's only in the money machine though. But let me, give me a moment. I've got to load the money machine. I think it's only in the money machine. There's no other filters that I saw. It's only in the money machine, Pepe. Let me see if I can dig up the email that I get, internally. Oh, also TradeStation. Okay, TradeStation now, but that's in the new build. Okay, TradeStation has now been added. You can see in Brokers Plus, if I load a Brokers Plus, TradeStation now is one of the ones that we connect to. So that is new. Okay, 56V, 12 cylinder. When you say you're trying to log in now but cannot, trying to log into what exactly? Trying to log into Trade Ideas, or I'm talking to 56V in our YouTube room? What are you trying to log into but you cannot? Okay, so the main room. Okay, well, there's plenty of people in the main room, but let me show you how. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm talking to 56V in the main room, okay, in the YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, and it should be as simple as this, okay, logging into the trading room, more info. Now, have you tried that? Is that what? Because it's working. I mean, it's definitely working. You should get something that your nickname and all that. Yeah, just get a blank screen. So when you click on it, when you say a blank screen, you should. Not sure how I can help. You get a blank screen. He probably has a link for the trading room. Let me just see if this one works a little differently. There's an old link of mine then. That's not working. You're not talking about, yeah, it looks like it. Well, definitely. I mean, we have people in the room, so definitely people are able to get in. But are you doing it from my homepage? Because I know this is a dead link now. I'm noticing now this is a dead link. I haven't handed this out for a long, long time because I'd rather have people go to my homepage and find the trading room there. But the other one is just give me a moment. Just give me a moment because it's also, hopefully this works. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, now I'm not sure okay, here's what you can do also. There's probably a way in which it's right at the top, okay? But if you click on that, this is what you should see, precision tech and et cetera and all that. And if you click on the 3 bars, I know it's at the top somewhere, but if you click on the 3 bars, you see where it says trading room, and now you can get in maybe from the home page, the Trade Ideas homepage. This is not this is not really the home page. So you see what I did? So you should when I and that link, the TI homepage, you should be here, and then you just click on these 3 bars, and then trading room, and see if that gets you in. Or you can try this. Yeah, I'm on another homepage. I have something called homepage, but it's obviously not the homepage. There is no scan for LULD, Dave, but yes, you can link to Webull, but you have to be using the downloadable application, okay? You cannot be using the web-based version of Webull. And linking meaning, the moment as I just reduce this room, linking meaning this, okay? Tools, external linking, okay? Notice I'm linked to my Interactive Brokers platform. If you wanted to link to Webull, it has to be the downloadable application though, okay? Not the web-based version of Webull. So you would just follow these instructions, add the link, you see where it says, probably you would take your pointer and put it in your order entry in Webull, then hold down the shift key, okay? And that would select the window. One other step, right now this rule is grayed out for me, but when you do it, you'll have a way in which you can hit that little down arrow, and the rule you use is Trend Spider. That is how you can connect to Webull, okay, using the downloadable application of Webull, not the web-based version. And just so people understand what I'm talking about, the external linking tool is a great time saver. So I click on a lot of different symbols all day long. So what happens is you notice I have my Interactive Brokers link. When I click on PATH path, it loads into my order entry into Interactive Brokers. And from there I trade it if I want to trade it. Okay, so somebody like myself who's clicking on a lot of symbols all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type the symbols in. I see VG and I might want to take a look at it. Well, if I had to type it in, it would be a real pain. So that's what the external linking tool can do. Okay. And external linking, we link with many brokers, linking, but understanding that they don't really care whether we can link with them or not. Well, some do, Alpaca, Interactive Brokers. But if you've got some broker out there and you're wondering, well, can I do that? Can I use the external linking tool? A lot of it is can be just trial and error. You add the link, you, you click on the add link, put your pointer in the order entry, shift, selecting it. It may or may not work immediately. You might have to use alternate method. Maybe there is a rule. We can't, but understand that the programs that we link to, most of them don't care whether we can link to them or not. So I would expect that the SPY is just going to be kind of tucked away right here for a while. I mean, 2 o'clock we have the FOMC minutes, but at 2:30 we'll have the press conference, and that I mean we'll get some fireworks probably at 2 o'clock, a little bit, but certainly at 2:30. I'll have a SPY 1 minute chart up, and we'll see what happens depending on the questions that get asked and how he answers them. Oh, SSG. I mean, you have been in here before, though. Bienvenue, but you've been in here before. Wonder why? I'm sure you've been in here before, have you not? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm wondering why. What was the problem today? Yeah, I know. I recognize. Didn't think there'd be two SSG 750s. Yeah, it is weird. Boy, was this an awesome short that I didn't take. Okay. Talked about this a little earlier in the day. VKTX. This is not a bad short from our AI guys, the ISPR. Kind of interesting. I don't typically short stocks under five, but yeah, I mean, and there were shorts available. I'm surprised to see there are shorts available. Interactive brokers, a couple of nice shorts actually. PDYN and ISPR. So if you're into shorting, we've got a couple of nice shorts, and even the long here. I mean, a day that Macy's is this is a short. You know what? I mean, I'd be watching this later on to see if it capitulates. It's an earnings play. The TPAT is really, I mean, it was working. It worked for about 3 or 4 cents, but as I said when I first saw it, once it takes out 134, I'm not interested, and that's where it got to. It got literally to 134. All right, let's take a look at Sophie now. I see if they've come up with any other press release trying to defend their company. Here we go. CEO buy shares. Here we go. So Sophie fires back at the short seller Muddy Water. CEO buy shares. How many? One? Let's see. Okay, 28,900 at 1732. Okay, well, if that I guess was today. So that's about $500,000, guys. So he's put 500,000 into it. But does that filing hit today? Or is that something he did a couple of days ago? And just showing, well, I've got faith in the market or in our company. Anyway, but it doesn't say, yeah, we intend to explore potential legal action. So, William, I know you said yesterday that that's kind of, kind of pussyfooting around, you know, but they probably have to take at least a day, right? Or are you saying that if a company was so gung ho, they would do it right now? They would do it immediately? 'Cause that was one of the if you read people read what, Muddy Waters said about them, it was pretty it was pretty stark. Okay, actually, that insider purchase was post short seller attack, okay? So that actually was post so that is something that is, very current. They basically said Muddy Waters basically said that the billion dollars that they're claiming they have, 950 million is not correct. All right, guys, I'm gonna put my announcement up here, so I'll be taking a bit of a break. I'm just waiting for, a YouTube link. I hand it off to you. And just like that, Pepe's got the link. Okay, guys, so this is the link to, I can see that he's probably not talking yet, but this is the link. He meaning Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, okay? Thank you, Pepe. So there's the link. I'll put it in the other room or in, the stock room too, or general space, and also now in YouTube. So I better Dan Merkin. Okay. He is live now, guys. I can actually hear him. So I'm gonna take off now. Okay. Okay. So those of you in YouTube right now, there's the link. I just put it underneath. Okay. So I'm gonna mute myself in all the rooms. All right, guys, I'm back. I don't know if Dan is still talking, but I'm back. This one has been sneaky good from our AI guys, the ADTN. Very good from our AI, in fact. 1114 on the alert, pretty much steadily up, other than little jog down. Look at the wave. Look at the wave. Just following the wave. Sophie, guys, is really starting to fade again. I mean, I know they're trying to desperately salvage, but it's now gone negative. Sophie's gone negative. SOFI has gone negative. There's where it closed yesterday. So it's basically right at the close of yesterday. The low of yesterday was down here at 1646. So if it wants to keep going, it's got room. It'll be fascinating to see what they come up with. The fact that the CEO bought 500,000 shares today or yesterday, trying to show the faith he's got in the company. That helped, but it's still weak. With the CING has been just weak, weak, weak well, not quite all day, but had a little jog up. But other than that, look at the volume that just came in, guys. Look at the volume that just came in, the CING. I'm sure it's right there. Yes, it is. What do these guys do? Clinical stage bio, pharma. Okay. Bad day. I don't know if they had any after the company. This is actually an earnings play. Well, it says March 20th, but maybe they released earlier. Well, obviously they released earlier. It says March 20th that they're going to release. Well, we've got about 58 minutes to the 2 o'clock FOMC. The minutes there, I don't know what we're going to see if we'll see any. Certainly at 2:30 though. At 2:30 during the presser, he's obviously going to be asked, "Well, what do you think the oil prices are going to do in terms of whether or not you the next time are going to raise interest rates, or what do you do with interest rates if oil prices?" No, no, no. It's 2 o'clock is the minutes, and then at 2:30 the presser poll. I mean, if oil stays at $150 a barrel, I know I'm exaggerating for 3 months. I'm exaggerating. I get it, but all right, guys. Well, Go over my homepage one last time. All right, guys. So final day for this promo. Okay. You can still get 25% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription using my promo code. And that is good for, remember now, first month only or the entire year. Doesn't matter if you take it a standard or a premium subscription. You can use the 25% for the month or the annual. And all I ask, please use my code. If you use my code, helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate two rooms, a YouTube room and the main room. Company sees my sees the well, they track the promo code, so they see my code being used enough. They don't mind keeping the rooms free. And if you're sitting in YouTube now, wondering about this trading room, the other room, this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. He opens it at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I live in Vancouver, a little early for me, so Obi does that. And I now today I'll probably stay at least to 2:30. You know, might as well hang around to the presser. But most of the time, I do take off between 2 and 2:30. William tends to keep the room open. I don't know what you said today, William, but I'm going to suggest he might be keeping the room open till 3:45. So on a big day, this room, the trading room, is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. and it's free. Okay, a lot more action in this room though, more interaction amongst other traders. So if you're looking for a lot more action in in a trading room and you're sitting in YouTube and you didn't even know about this room, come on over. Okay. Scroll down a little bit more and keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay, so 3:45 for sure. And Micron has earnings after hours. So who knows? Maybe we'll get grace for a little extra time from William after 3:45. So if you sign up for the trade of the week, and again, it's free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you don't think you're getting it before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. First thing to do if you do take out a subscription or you are wondering about this product, is it a right fit for you? So you click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section, click on the more info, and right here, getting started with trade ideas. This is mandatory if you're a new user. Try to cover all the important elements of the product in these 12 short videos. And it's also a good idea if you don't know this product, before you jump into it, why don't you take a look at these videos? It should give you an idea about, first of all, the capabilities, and if you want to even try us. You can always try us for a month. It's just month to month. It's just month to month. So you can always unsubscribe at any time. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, 15 of them if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans and information that I'm currently sharing, here they are. So you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, scans. Technically, they're not all scans, but who's counting? Biggest large cap gainers from the start of the race is here. Upside versus downside movers is here. Here's another race, a much more volatile race. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. Pulse resumes. It's on my other monitor, but you can have it. Momentum, the Momo scan, the continuation scan, gap scan, and the combo I don't have up and running, but you can take a look at them. And then the up down 25 cents on big volume is right here. Okay, so people ask, do I share my layout? No, but what I like to do it a la carte because not everybody wants everything that I got. So you can kind of pick and choose what you want. And you should learn how to do that anyway, because that helps you to create a layout. Okay, and how to save a layout, save it to the cloud, create your charts, things like that. Those are very basic things that you should learn how to do. Okay, guys. Well, yeah, I mean, the market is still kind of stuck in this range here. There's the upper range, lower range. Nothing much is going to happen until, well, 2 o'clock. We'll probably get a little bit of action, but my guess is at 2:30 we'll get a lot more action either upside or downside. MTG quick. Oh, there's is right here. I see MTG right here. So it's picking it up right here. MTG quick drop. No news or on news. Sorry. I don't see your news is obviously way more current. I'm just looking at my news headlines and Interactive Brokers and RDN the same. Don't know how that happens. RDN. Somehow, yeah, I don't know. I was clicking on the BCIM instead, but anyway, RDN, but right back up, right back up. So, were you able to do this one, William? There's a low right there, 32.44. Would have been nice. Ah, okay. Annie Mae, Freddie Mac. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Well, they both did the same thing. RDN and MTG down, up. The only reason I'm looking at this one, I do have this one thumbnailed on my other monitor. So let's take a look at SWMR. And well, it's holding over the VWAP. Red is actually fabulous for, well, it was. It was. It was like 9 cents 2 seconds ago. Still not, I mean, for a stock like this is not even a 50-cent spread on this is not terrible. Okay, guys, anybody go over and listen to Dan? He must be done by now. Any nuggets from Dan? Ozzy, are you still around? You were happy with the new additions to the Money Machine? I guess I'm asking, are you happy? But any other questions for Dan that may or may not have got answered? Hopefully, people asked about the buy and the sell flags. But I forgot to tell people to do that. The goal still is to be able to have your own scan and getting a real-time alert when you get a buy or a sell flag in TI Wave. All right, nobody's responding, so maybe nobody went. That was not addressed. Was it asked though? Pepe, you got to keep asking. Not you, but I mean, it wasn't asked. Okay. You know how many people have anybody have TradeStation in either a YouTube room or the main room? I don't hear about them that much. I mean, I know they used they're probably still very big. They used to be one of the, but I just don't hear about them that much. I know we've added them to the list of brokers that we can actually trade through using Brokerage Plus, but I don't hear about them that much. Really? Okay. They're not okay. What were they then, Pepe? I must have searched. Oh, right now? Okay. Okay, change 1 minute, 2 minutes. Oh, since. Okay. Well, okay. I will agree. I mean, he's showing you some. I mean, he probably showed you NBIS and HY. You picked the right one, of course. Okay, it's just pretty, but you've got to pick the right one and hang into it for maybe weeks or months. I'm not trying to, go against that or anything. Okay, change since January 1. So as opposed, oh, I don't have them. Okay, really? You're going to say, is that such a big deal? Um, So I'm on the development version. I'm surprised I don't have them. 5.8. That is the development version. So maybe it's not even in the development version. So what was the since, Pepe? If you can encapsulate it, since what? Since when? Minutes since the last high or low. Minutes since the last high or low. Hmm. Minutes since the new high last new since the new last high. Now why would okay, why would I want that? I mean, it shows and that's a filter. That's a filter. Hmm. So, okay, I'm trying to think that through. Why would I care about that? I mean, so stock makes a new high, and I say, okay. I mean, it's a little bit like the count, a little bit like the count. If I said, I want the stock to be, if I put 1 minute in the min for the max, I guess that means the stock has to make a new high every minute. But no, no, I mean trying to figure out how I'd use that. I mean, I don't know. I could see I don't know if we could do it, but, minutes since the last trade. That would be an interesting one, minutes since the last trade, keeping you out of things that don't trade very much or just get stalled. Okay, so you put 10 and it would mean a new high within the last 10 minutes, okay. Again, how's that gonna help me? Just trying to figure out how that would help me. It's all about me. Well, Pepe, I have an open mind, as you know. So I will maybe if I'll take a look at some of his alert windows once we have that filter. Everybody has the filter, and just see what it looks like. Now, had they taken the same effort to give us the buy and sell flags in TI Wave, no, you're right because they haven't added a new filter in well, a dog's age, and I'm not sure there was a I don't see that we had I've never even seen that as being a request. I see all, over the what, 15 years now, 16 years, seeing all the emails that come in. I don't think I've ever seen a request to show something like that. Really? Well, okay, I'm not I see them all, but I don't recall ever seeing anything like that. But okay. All right, guys. Well, we have about a little over half an hour till big 2 o'clock. FOMC, just the minutes at two, but the probably the bigger deal is going to be the 2:30 press conference. Normally, those press conferences can be kind of blah, but I don't think this one will be. Okay, is there a way to set up a scan that would alert when and if a 5-minute candle closes completely out of the opening 5-minute candles? You're making perfect sense, but no. I at least I don't think so because so the opening 5-minute break. So what all that happens, you get an alert when the stock moves when the price moves above the high of the opening range, okay, opening 5-minute range, but that doesn't mean it's going to continue there and close completely out of it. So what you're talking about is if this were a 5-minute chart, well, this is a 5-minute chart. Let's see one on the upside. In fact, let's go back to the so there's 9:30, okay? So there's the 9:30, there's the 5 minutes, so there's the high, okay? There's the high. So for instance, you would get an alert right there on that second one because it broke above, but it did not close it. Well, did it close above? It actually did close above, okay? Or close it well, no, you want it to be completely above. So you don't even want a bottoming tail underneath, okay? So in this particular case, let me expand this just a little bit bigger for you. So you see what I'm pointing at, right, AJ? So here's your opening 5-minute bar candle. There's the second one. The way the alert works is you'd get a real-time alert when that happened, okay? But notice that the candle did not close, like it closed above, but this whole candle is not above. So there's no way to get an alert. I've actually, well, I know I've mentioned this before. I've actually asked for, maybe I'll ask for it again. Why not? What I'd like is don't give me an alert the first time, the second time, or let me pick how many times it has to happen before I get an alert. In other words, and this time I don't care. Like it's not that I'm looking for what you're looking for, but sometimes here's what can happen: you get it pops through, and then it comes right back down again. It closes below the opening 5 minutes. In this case, it didn't, but you get an alert. I'd rather say, okay, only tell me the third time. The third time a candle does that, takes out the opening range. So it'll discount the first two in that it happened, but it came right back down into the range. And maybe the third time we're lucky, and it actually maintains over that opening range. Oh, there's no time frame. There's no time frame, Paul. It's like asking what is a time frame getting a real time like a new high of the day on a five or excuse me, a new high of the day. I mean, not that all of these alerts are new highs of the day or new lows of the day, but they're not. It's not based on any time frame. It'd be like some of them are new highs of the day in the AI. So that would be like asking what time frame are you using for new highs of the day? Okay, because obviously a new high of the day is a number, whether it happens on a 2-minute chart, a 5-minute chart, a daily chart, or a 15. So there's no time frames. Well, they are real-time alerts, so you'll see them on any time frame. I mean, when you got it at 10:39 at 2:28, that was the alert for ISPR, as an example. Okay, ADTN, this went long. At 10:10, you had an alert at 11:14. That was the price. They're not necessarily they're not necessarily new highs of the day. I don't know what the alert is. The alerts are the triggers could have been a 5-minute high. Let's see if I get to 11:14, 10:10. I want to get to the 10:10. So in this case, it would have been a new high in this case, but they don't have to be. The trigger could be something else. It could have been. I've seen alerts where a stock is pulled back and then it makes a little move and you get an alert. you know? Exactly. So I don't use MACD at all, okay? When you say, share, one of the strategies say buy while stock moves high and above. What strategy are you talking about? All indications correct, and then it moves opposite and never recovers. I mean, nothing is gonna be 100%, but, what strategy are you talking about? It says to buy while the stock moves high and above the MACD. What strategy are you actually talking about? But at any rate, no strategy, even if that were, say, an AI strategy or something I put together or something you saw on YouTube, nothing is gonna be 100%. So we always go with a tight stop loss and no. I mean, your stop loss should be based on chart reading more than anything. Where you think, there's support on the chart. And so this a tight stop, like you mean like a 10-cent stop every trade? No, I guess that's not how I trade. Okay, my stops are always based on what I see on a chart. So, for instance, if I wanted to take, let's say I wanted to take this trade right here, ADTN. I was looking at this, and I thought, okay, I want to take it right here. So if I look at, I mean, it's not a perfect example, but I would be looking at the chart and saying, okay, if it goes down below that number, I mean, this is sort of this is sort of the area in which it looked like there was support. So I would say, okay, if it goes down below that, I want to be out of the trade. So that might be tight or might not be 11.23, and I get into this one at 11.41. But it's always going to be different. It'll be different for every trade. The only thing I don't agree with, but listen, people do it. Say, you know what? Every trade I get into, I have a 10-cent stop. That's fine. I mean, if it works for you, if it works, if people aren't sitting out there saying, well, that's what I do and it works, keep doing it. I just like to be a little more scientific, rather than and taking a look at a chart and trying to say to myself, okay, this is where I think there's good support. If it broke down through that, I want to be out of the trade. Okay. Well, if it ticks lower and takes you out, then you just have to deal with it. If that's where your stop is, share. Now, if you keep getting stopped out every single time, like 90% of the time, then you have to start to consider why am I putting my stops where I am? But the one thing I've learned is, when I put a stop in, I obey my stop. I don't start to second guess it. You know what? What time is it now? 1:40. Why don't I do this? I haven't done this for a while. Let's do a little bit of money management. I used to do that a lot more often, but so this is a trade I took yesterday in the simulator. Okay, 200 shares of the SWMR at $40. and another one, 500 shares of the ACRS at 307, and it's 365 now. These were just some simulator trades, okay? But let's do one, and we'll look at a little bit of money management, okay? This is just simulator stuff. So let me take one that might make a little bit of sense. Not sense. I'm just trying to demonstrate. Okay, EVTV. Here's a so EVTV. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take 500 shares, but I'm going to explain that 500. I don't take 500 shares every trade. The ask is two. Bid ask is like a dollar, a penny. So I'm just going to send it. There, I'm in the trade. EVTV. I'm in this trade. Okay, 500 shares. So why did I take 500 shares? Okay, so when I take a trade, the first thing I'm doing it very concurrently, of course, but the one thing I'm first doing is saying, if it doesn't work, where am I getting out of the trade? If it doesn't work, okay? I'm going to put my stop 20 cents away, not because the stops should be 20 cents away, but I'm going to add a stop order. Now, can I do it like that? Yes. So what I'm in at, just give me a moment. I have to reacquaint myself, 201, so 181, okay. Why am I doing the 181? Not because I think that's where the stop should be, but I want to make the math super simple. Okay, you see, there's my stop right down there. You see it says minus 100. Okay, see that red line down there? So here's how I trade. I'll first of all, I have to see whether or not I want it. If the trade starts making sense to me, but I'm also going to quickly look. Okay, but if it doesn't work, I want to know where I'm going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Now, what I'm really doing is I'm looking at the probably if I'd really taken this trade, I probably would have said 180, well, very close to 181, just a little bit underneath this area, okay? Because I think if it gets down below that, I want to be out of the trade, as an example, okay? But the next thing I'm doing is, and in this case, I wouldn't have taken the trade, but let's just pretend that at $2, where'd I get into trade? Remember, this is the simulator. If I have a 20-cent stop on a stock, okay, and I'm trying to make the math simple, okay, so I put it at a 20-cent stop. That means that I want to be able to make at least 40 cents on the trade, okay? In other words, I don't mind risking 20 cents to make 40 cents. So that's what I'm doing though. I'd be looking left. So had I seen this, say I'd seen the next high, up at 250, okay, up at 250. Instead of up here, he's very close. But what if the next high had been 271? So I'm looking left and none of this is here. The next high is 271. That becomes a very attractive looking trade to me. If I can determine that my stop is going to be 20 cents away by my eyeing the chart, I think, okay, that would be a good place to put my stop. Do I have a reasonable chance of making 40 cents on the trade? 20 cents stop, at least a one for two risk reward. If that next high had been up here, I would have been all over this trade. Okay, 173, because obviously from two to 273 is 70 odd cents. So plenty of room to move. Now it doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course. Okay, it doesn't mean it's going to happen. But that's how I look at that's how I look at things. So would I have taken this trade looking at this next high at 233? No, too close. Okay. Um, that doesn't give me a one for two a risk reward. I need at least 40 cents. Okay. Now in this particular, this is just but other trades, other ones I get into, maybe the stop was 30 cents away, maybe it was 15 cents away, maybe it was 40 cents away. So my stop is not 20 cents every time. I was just trying to make the math simple. So why am I trying to make the math simple? Because the way I trade is I try to risk about the same amount per trade every trade. So in this particular case, I'm risking $100 on the trade. If I get stopped out with 500 shares and it moves 20 cents against me, 500 times 20 cents equals $100. That's why that says minus 100 down here. Okay. So I try to risk about the same amount every trade. In other words, I don't risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next trade, 50 the next trade. I try to keep my how much I'm willing to risk on the trade about the same amount every trade. So that's why some trades it's not going to be 500 all the time. What if my stop was 10 cents away and I want to risk $100 every trade? I could have taken 1,000 shares. 1,000 times 10 cents. If I get stopped out, is 100. Okay, so that's how I trade. So you can practice trading using just like I'm doing here. Using our simulator. You know, maybe get some kind of a scan that you think might work, and you start taking trades from it, putting your stops in where you think they should be, and see how it works for you. If you can't make money in a simulator, it's almost guaranteed you won't make money live because there are no emotions in a simulator. Okay, so that is in a nutshell. But now here's the key part. Let's say you do make money in the simulator. Now you're ready to. And when people ask, well, how long is that going to take? Who knows? Everybody's going to have a different learning curve, and I know how much time you're willing to devote to it, how much practice you're going to do, like how many trades do you take, and just practicing and getting comfortable. So here is the pitfall that, and I haven't done it. I can remember the last time. It's got to be years and years and years. But you get into a trade, okay? Let's pretend it was this one, okay? Maybe the room's talking about it. Everybody's talking about EVTV. Plus, they had a fantastic press. I'm again making all this up. I don't know anything about this EVTV, but we looked in the morning and they had a tremendous press release. Maybe they've had tremendous earnings. The buzz is there, and you get into it and you think, great, and then all of a sudden it starts to float down to your stop price. In this case, 181. It's hard to say to yourself, you know what? That's crazy. There's no way this is not going to come back. No way. So I'm not going to obey my stop. And it goes to 171, 161. So now instead of, the manageable 100, it turns into 200, 300, $400 loss. And it doesn't come back. It keeps drifting down and you finally sell it and say, man, I wish I had obeyed my stop. Almost as bad. Boy, I haven't done this for a while. I used to do this at least once a week. Almost as bad is not obeying your stop, convincing yourself that it doesn't matter because it's going to come back, and it does come back. It does actually come back. And now you're up in the trade and you're congratulating yourself for not getting out of your stop. And can that happen? Yes, of course it can happen. But so you don't have a stop then for ARTL. When you talk about hoping it will bounce back, now you can always hope it bounces back if you're still within your stop. But I would counsel you. I don't try to teach trading, but I mean, obeying your stop, assuming that you're not, that there's some rhyme or reason for where your stop is. And that can be the hardest thing when people are starting out. What some might want to do, to make it a little bit easier, at least just to practice, to start, okay? Maybe putting your stop at the low of the previous 5-minute candle. The reason I say that, that's a definite number. There's no guesswork. There's not, sort of sizing up, well, maybe I put my stop here or maybe I put it here, but the low of the previous 5-minute candle when you get into a trade, that's a definite number. You can practice doing that. Who knows? Maybe it'll work well for you. Okay. But as I say, I mean, if the stock can come back, yes, it can come back and you can be very happy with yourself for not obeying your stop. I wish somebody told me about stops when I first started trading because I took terrible losses, thinking just like you did, that you're doing with the ARTL. And look, ARTL may come back. I'm not trying to. I hope it does for you, but took terrible losses. And it's funny when you get out of a terrible trade. Assuming you haven't completely destroyed your account, you feel so much better because now you're not looking at that stupid P&L moving down, 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 down all day on you. Okay, and you just start to sweat, and it puts you in such a bad frame of mind, just a bad frame of mind. Well, I agree, William, but it's hard not to, especially if you're in a few trades, and you can't help it because there's your P&L staring at you in your brokerage platform. And that's why, when you're starting out, well, look what I've done. I've got a stop loss in here, okay? Now, I don't put stop losses in, okay, automatically. I obey every stop, but they're all mental. I know where I'm getting out, okay? I'm not in usually more than one, well, certainly not more than two trades at the same time. So what you don't see is I have on my other monitor, if I'm in a trade, I have got that thumbnail and I'm watching it, okay? I'm watching the levels. And if I were in 5 or 6 trades at the same time, I would have to do something more automatic. So when I say I don't have a stop, I have a stop every trade. But if I were starting out, to take the emotion out of it, you put your stop in and you forget about it. Okay, you get stopped out, you forget about it. Now, I mean, here's where the trading comes in too, though. I mean, let's just say I am in this trade in the simulator, but but there was a lot of room, and I was hoping it would move 40 cents. Maybe it moves 30 cents. It moves 30 cents instead of so that the 2 to 1 is only like it's a one and a half. Okay, you're only getting one and a half out of two, but and then it starts to come down. Well, I'm not going to be crazy. I'm not going to just be very stubborn and say, well, I'm going to wait for a 1 for 2 risk reward, and I'm not getting out unless I get it. And if I get stopped out, fine. No, okay. I will always watch how something is trading. You never know what the market's going to do. You might be in a trade that is a little more beholden to the market, and we're rolling along, and the market's being, and all of a sudden, boom, some tweet comes out of nowhere, sinks the market, sinks your trade. Okay, you can't help that. But what I do is, sure, I'm going to watch. If I start to see some weakness, and I don't like what I'm seeing, sure, will I take some off? Probably, probably. I mean, I'll take a 1 to 1. I'm not going to be stupid and just say, well, it's one for two or bust. No, but I don't go into the trade thinking that's what's going to happen. Okay, are you kidding me? The TME? Oh well, this morning, yeah. If you kept into it, it was down at $10 at one point. Yeah, nice one. Should have been my trade of the day. This is a bug that I got for some reason. So, so if I want to get out of a trade, okay, if I'm in a bunch of trades, and by the way, you can practice swing trading using the simulator. I should show you how you start, okay? So to use the simulator, you just click on New and then Brokerage Plus. This is part of the standard service, okay? Part of the standard service. You click on Brokerage Plus, and then probably, if you don't have the Positions tab, then you can just add, you just add it. Click on New, and then add it. Make sure you have the Positions tab, and then you also connect. Yeah, I'm Trade Ideas Paper Trading. You make sure it's connected. If I disconnect, everything goes away. So you connect to paper trading. Okay, they all come back. Now you can practice trading. So this is how you can also practice swing trading. If I don't get out of these trades at the end of the day, kind of like I didn't get out of SWMR or ACRS yesterday, but I have to. I don't use DAS, 162, so I can't help you there. Somebody might have who has DAS, I don't, but I just don't have DAS. Now, I know, in Interactive Brokers, I mean, it's pretty simple, I think, but, I don't have DAS, so I cannot, so why didn't I do this for real? Buy 200 shares of the SWMR. You have $3,300 there, 275 on this one. To get out of a trade, you just highlight it. Okay, I've highlighted and then flatten gets you out of the trade. I could get out of half my position. I could double my position. I know there were some other hotkeys I've never used. I don't use Brokers Plus to trade. Okay, yeah, I if I were a betting man, I would take that bet and be with you on that. I will be stunned. Well, you're not talking about a rate trade. You're not talking about a rate change down, though, are you? You're talking about a rate change up. There's no way they're going to have a change down. No way. Yeah, no, I understand. I'm saying that too. I don't think they won't. I, I I can't believe they change it up just because of what's happening, and inflation, et cetera, and well, especially with oil prices. Yeah, too much uncertainty with oil being elevated. Exactly. So there's no way they're going to change it down. But I think if they if they raise it a quarter point, a quarter, let's see, the SPY would probably go to 650. But I think the interesting thing will be, because people are going to ask him that, they're going to ask him at 2:30. What are you going to do if oil prices keep high for, let's say, another month? You're going to ask him questions like that, I'm pretty sure. That's what I would do. Might bounce back, but it's still pretty weak. There's no blue yet in Sting. Still underneath that whole number. There's a little. Yeah, I see what you're looking at. Maybe you're looking at a little a little. Well, the low today looks like 781, right? Right, 781, and that's the low today. So what you're saying is, if you took this trade right now, you put a stop at 786 or around 785, just a penny under. Whoa! Caught me by surprise. It's 2 o'clock. Usually I put a 1 minute chart up for the SPY. No, I know. But, as you know, the first direction in or the first, bar is not necessarily the I usually wait about, 4 or 5 minutes, but rates are unchanged, yes, I mean, but now I really mean it. It's the presser that's going to be more interesting. Now, for the stocks like this, these sort of stocks, they don't care about the FOMC, these, little stocks, they just don't care. They trade on their own. Uncle T. I'm sorry, Poe, just well, let's see if it can get through the, VWAP. The SPY can get through the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, Sophie just had a little pop here, guys. Sophie, a little bit of a pop, but it's been kind of all over the place today. Let's see if it yeah, it's had a little bit of a pop. Just not shortable for me. BATL. There have been shorts available, but not today that I've seen. In the past, briefly at Interactive Brokers, but not today. Oh, okay. I should have kept watching it. Oh, nice. Yes, yes. And there's a little buy flag even. Bit of a spread issue. I mean, 0613, 37 cents on an $8 stock. A bit of a spread issue, but Oh, I think most, did not, Miko. You know, the WNW, yeah. Certainly not at, Interactive Brokers. Oh, by the way, somebody was mentioning Cava, no, Sava yesterday, saying it's been, you know what happened? It changed its symbol. I read about that, to F something, maybe F, because it stopped trading as Sava right here on this date, March the 10th, and the next day it was trading as, it changed, symbols. I think it starts with the letter F. FLNA, thank you, Obi. I read that yesterday. FLNA, thank you. Knew it started with an F, but so, how was FL? I think it, was around the same price, but FLNA, let's take a look at it. Pretty ugly still. Now, William. Boy, how far did this drop? Wow. Big dropping on the Google News. Well, guys, the Adobe killer is no longer the Adobe killer. I mean, this is how it was billed when it came out as this IPO. $142, guys, at the top. It's not that long ago, last August. $142. And Adobe is dropping as well. Okay, so Google is killing them both. Well, that was the simulated trade I took, the EVTV. So what is Google going to be doing? I mean, how do they compete directly then with Adobe? He's saying it's introducing vibe design with stitch. That's what he's calling it. I mean, I'll be honest, the only thing I know about use Adobe for is for creating PDFs and things like that. I don't, all right, guys. Well, okay, MDA. Let's take a look at MDA. Why would I look at this one out of all these? Well, it's just over the whole number. Okay. Oh, relatively new MDA Space. What do they do? Space Mission Partner Company. Okay. So this is an IPO from a few months ago, back in February, March. I'm sorry. Is that this? A few days ago. A few days ago. Really, I don't really remember this one. Hi now. Now, why this is a little suspect to me, you would think, unless it, no, this is where it started. You would think this would be an all-time high up here, but it says 89%. So I don't know. Was this a SPAC before? MDA, was this a SPAC before? And when it was a SPAC, it had higher numbers. Well, instead of trying to guess, let me check my IPO calendar and see if it was actually there. Oh, there it is. Okay, it was. Oh, it was an uplisting. Ah, okay, it was an uplisting, not an IPO, public offering, uplisting to New York. Okay, yeah, some big guys though. J.P. Morgan, RBC, BMO, Deutsche, Jefferies, Scotia. Some big names behind it. Obi's probably telling me right now it's an uplisting. I sort of beat you to it on my end. Thank you, Obi, though. No more Barbie, guys. Mattel is sinking here. Let's take a look at our. So SMH is still. I mean, nothing is really ripping, but on the downside, silver. I mean, they sort of settle down. Silver has settled down. Doesn't look like it on a 2 minute, but and so is gold. Doesn't look like. I know it looks choppy, but I'd have to shrink that a bit. Okay, let's take a look at Fig then. Is it bouncing at oops, bouncing at all? Little bit of a bounce. Actually, that's not a little bit of a bounce. That's a big bounce. William, you get this one, 24.85, 25.34 now. Okay. William played the AVB bounce, obviously. So this was an earlier hit. Well, actually, this I'm seeing at a little after noon. Microsoft Oracle seen as benefiting from AI, while Adobe DocuSign at risk. Okay, that's got nothing to do with the Google that announcement. But well, let's just say it does take out that low again, 24.83. Okay, for Fig. If it does take that out again, what's the low right there? See, that low right there is 24.74. So it got right into that low, just about almost not quite within a dime of that low. If it takes that out, then 23.47. Ooh, it has room underneath if it can take that out again. Has room underneath 23.47. Well over a dollar from that low. So we won't see that news regarding Adobe and Google. Come on, IB. Here we go. So Figma stocks falls after Google Labs updates Stitch design tool. Okay, so that is your news, which also caused Adobe to move down dramatically. That's still pretty good bounce for Fig, though. When I first read your Todd, when we first read it, I thought it said your daughter works for Adobe and she's charged 800 a month to use it for work. I think you said for Adobe. Yeah, now I see it says with. I'm going, okay, oh, that's interesting. 800 a month. No kidding. Z popping on news. Yeah. Don't see the news yet, but yeah, this has more volume. It's more volume. ZG. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, we call it Vibe Stitch. Vibe Stitch. Which William was talking about. Guys, this had the big down day yesterday, NBIS, but it did a financing, raising a lot of money, I think several billion. So now NBIS is having a recovery above yesterday's high. So if you thought NBIL, well, I wouldn't hold this overnight. None of these ETF, company ETFs, I would be holding overnight. But this call, Miko, on the Sing though, yeah, CING, it is. I don't know what POC stands for. Point of control. No, I never would have guessed. I would have got the of, but I would not have guessed anything else. Well, how does that vary from the VWAP then? Point of control, the VWAP, which is where most of the trading has taken place. How does that vary? William, family room, family room. I know I got to ask Gemini.
They tell you two different things about where the smart money is sitting. Since you are analyzing coiled springs for tomorrow, understanding the gap between these two can tell you if a stock is under accumulation or being distributed. The magnet versus the average. Feature POC, point of control. VWAP, volume weighted AVG price. The definition, a single price level where the most volume was traded. The average price of all trades, weighted by their
Ah,
size.
okay.
The y axis, a dynamic moving line on your price chart. The x axis, market roll.
I'll read this. I
Axis
don't think,
of active
well, we don't have,
shows where the
oops.
most
Okay. Okay,
acceptance
Gemini. Thank you.
happens.
Thank you. Thank you.
Axis of baseline.
Thank you. So a single price level versus the average price of all trades. I know we don't have POC, but so what you're able to, you have like you literally have well, you do have a price, obviously, what the POC is. You have a price. When you say it's the red line, what red line though? Where? Oh, did you? Oh, I see. I'm sorry. You brought something up here, the red line. But how does that get drawn? We don't have that. I know we don't have that. So at 2:30, yeah, it oh, 2:30. So we have another 15 seconds or so, and then well, assuming he's on time, he'll start the press conference, and then we'll see what sort of questions he gets asked. You have to be asked about the price of oil and how's that going to affect anything? What if it lasts a month, 2 months? We have standard deviation, but I don't think we can. I don't think we can set bands. I don't think so, anyway. Well, you just tell us when these things are happening, okay? And then we'll just trade off that. How's that, Miko? Okay, guys. Well, I know, William. You listen to him, don't you? You actually do listen to. I've never ever listened to one of these things. Well, maybe he won't look at RCAT, but I will. RCAT. And didn't PJ take this one a while back? Okay. 2690. Well, that would be a one heck of a move from 2562, Miko. I mean, that would actually be putting in positive territory. So the VWAP is 2586 or so, right there. Yeah, whatever he's saying, Mark is not liking it right now anyway. It's the low of the day, isn't it? All right, guys, 2:35. So I think I'll wrap this up. If there are no more questions, I will. I can hang around for questions, of course. William is going to keep the main room open until 3:45. Those of you on YouTube, I have to shut you down. I don't know how many people are left, but just in case there's one straggler who wants to come into the main room. So click on my homepage link. If you're sitting on YouTube right now, you can click on my homepage link and you can scroll down a little bit till you see the trading room. You can come into the trading room. This room will be open until 3:45 p.m. I will keep my layout up and running, okay, but I will be gone. I may hang around, but I'll be off the mic. So thanks for all the help as always, guys. I'm going to shut down YouTube right now.